Robert.
Hey everyone, and welcome to the next live stream in this series where I'll be working on a neural network and on a game engine. I'm sorry, I couldn't remember the word for a second. That is really sad. By the way, hi everyone, Zach here, and welcome to this live stream. This live stream has been brought to you by Patreon sponsors, and you too can support this channel. All you have to do is hit that like button down below, share this live stream, comment, what have you. All you have to do. And if you want to take your support a bit further, make sure to hit that subscribe and notify icon down below. And without further ado, let's get into actually making our system. So let's open up our projects and we'll make a start. Okay, so here we are back inside of our project, and the music is now back on. Sorry about the delay there. And we're massively zoomed out as compared to last time. So, as a quick recap, hey there, Kiwi, long time no see. Also, hey there, Sam, how are you doing? So, as we left off last time, by the way, again, welcome in, everyone. We had finished the Neuron, the layer master, we have the input layer, hidden layer, and output layer children to do, and we also have our thank you, Trend. We also have our controller to actually do. So we have a fair bit to do. I realized that most of the stream of the 6 hours yesterday was spent working on this thing. We also made our math utils, which includes our activation functions down here at the bottom, and a debugger that we will use for, well, just creating a log of potential errors. So let's pop over to our layer here, our layer master header, and we are going to create, from this, we're going to derive from this, if I can speak correctly, our input, hidden, and output layers. Now, for the most part, we'll be doing things that are already within, not sure why that happened, within the settings, so there isn't going to be too much change, but it is important to get things in that we need. So we're going to start with our input layer, or change things up as we need. So we're going to derive from here a new class. So what I'm going to do is, just in layers, I'm going to add class, and there we have our, you know, I always forget how to do this for some reason every single time. I hate to admit that. It's not class I want. It's something else. Oh, it is class. There should be an option for base class. There we go. That's what I was looking for, which is, you know what? Instead of doing it that way, I am just going to do it by hand. I prefer doing it that way for some reason. Let's do a new header, and this will be a header called input layer. Okay. So, really quickly, let's just make sure we have this class declared as input layer, public, neural layer. Now I'm just going to pop over the neural layer really quickly because I think I have... There we go. Okay, what is... Did I not declare the class as neural layer? No, I did. Okay. Oh, you know, it'd be helpful if I actually included the neural layer as, you know, a thing. So they can actually see it. Sorry, I'm just quickly building. Okay, I should have had an error if that's... Whatever. Okay. I'm just going to ignore whatever's going on there for a second. Let's go back to here. Grab this bit. I did not mean to hit Control A. I do not know why when I hit the left arrow it went to the right. And it's been doing that a lot to me recently, but whatever. Okay. So this is the neural layer, neural input layer class declaration. And this class will handle all input related events for the network. Okay, so fairly simple what we're doing here. Right, so we'll start with our constructors as usual, and I'm going to cheat and get my little markers and code bit. Saves me from having to retype it. Okay, there we go. We have our constructors. We'll start with our default constructor, which will just be input layer. So this is our default constructor. And then we have our default destructor, which of course is input layer. I'm just curious. We don't need the override. Because remember, in the original, it is a virtual destructor. Okay. So let's quickly create a class. And we're going to cheat to do that just by having it do it for us. It'll error out, I realize. There's the error. We're going to move this into our layers folder down here. Let's pop this open. And we're going to include. And we're going to go back several layers into our includes. There we go. Now we can define this. And we can do the same for our input layer, our destructor. All right, let's pop over here. There we are. Everything is nice and there. I'm still really annoyed by that thing that is not a valid class. I will ponder that in a moment or two. Right, so now that we've done that, we need to build layer, and we need to set next layer and set previous layer, which are all overrides. So for our methods, we don't have much to do. So we will be doing this all in the public scope. Even though I've already declared public, I'm going to declare it again just so if I make updates, I don't make mistakes. And then we're going to have void build layer. And then I'm just going to go over to the original one here for the build layer. And just copy all of this. Paste it in. Add in our override keyword. Cool. So yep, it's not seeing the parent class. Oh. Wow. Yeah, that's why it's not seeing it. There we go. Okay, that was just a silly mistake on my part. Then we're gonna do set next. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna just go over to the header here, and grab my set next layer and set previous layer. Okay, I'll delete the comments because they're already defined. We can get rid of this empty bit, and we can do override. Likewise, we can do override here. Okay, so our build layer. We are going to just go into here. We are going to create it. Close that out. Actually, you know what? Let's do this for all of these. Just really quickly create these. There we go. Let's go over here, and there we are. So in our build layer, what we're going to do, sorry, just changing the mic settings so I can hear how loud I'm speaking, is we are going to first call up the original. Now, in Unreal, we have that super keyword, which I don't think actually exists. So we're going to call neural layer, build layer, and we're going to pass in number of neurons in layer in. We're going to pass in number of inputs in, and we'll pass in method in. All right. Then we're going to do previous layer, and we're going to set this to null because the input layer has no layer prior to it. And then I'm just going to double check something because my notes say I want a init layer. I don't think I actually do that. But you know what? For now, we'll include it because it's in my notes to say init layer here. So, init. Cool. Trend. You can screw off. Init layer. Pass in no arguments. Just going to double check it doesn't actually take any arguments. So, init layer does not take any arguments. Cool. So, for our set next layer, or our set previous layer, what we're going to do is we're just going to make sure that this always gets cleared out. So layer in should be null. So we're clearing, that should be capital null. So we're clearing junk. And then previous layer, again, should be null. All right, next layer is a bit different. Next layer, there is going to be a layer before it. And we want to make sure that this hasn't already been set. So we're going to make sure that layer in, by the way, is not null. Because if it is, we don't want to set it to a null pointer. And then we're going to do next layer is equal to layer in. Thank you, IntelliSense, for being weird. And then on top of that, what we're going to do is we're going to go to the next layer. And we are going to set previous layer to this. So protected function, set previous layer declared on line 74 of the layer master is not accessible through a neural layer pointer or object. Okay. You're a derived class. It should be accessible to you. Okay, whatever. We'll go public for this then for now until I work out what to do to fix that. Okay, that is our input layer done. Yeah, it wasn't much to it, was it? We are now going to create a new header for our output layer. So this is output layer. And our output layer, I'm just going to cheat and go to my input header here and copy over all of this. I'm going to come down here. I'm going to paste it in. Could have just deleted that. We're going to change this to output. And I'm going to fix a typo because that stupid E issue I'm having, man. It's really getting on my nerves. So this will be output layer. Okay. There we go. And in our output layer, we'll have our constructors just like usual. So let me just grab this thing, paste that in, and it will be in the public scope. And so our default constructor is going to be output layer, of course. And then our default destructor will be output layer as well. Okay, let's just cheat really quickly and create our class. I like making it do it this way. Yep, I know. Thank you. And this goes down into our layers folder here. And let's pop it open. And in here, all we're going to do is we're going to include. And then we're going to search for our header, which I realize is a few folders back. There we go. And layers, and then it's the output. Okay, there we go. Go ahead and build real quick. And then what we'll do, I think my lip is bleeding, but it isn't. What we'll do is we will just create a function from that one. I could have just done both at once since I don't have comments between them. And one for this one. Okay. There they are. And default constructor. And default destructor. Right, so with this one, we need to actually update the same lines as before. So we're actually going to come back to our input layer here, copy all of this, actually copy all of this, and paste that in. I could have just copied the entire layer, to be fair. And let's go ahead and create our overrides for these. Okay, so let's just save everything. In our output layer implementation file, we're not going to do anything in our constructor or destructor like before. So we're going to do a same call to the parent as we did as in the input layer. So in fact, actually what we'll do is copy all of this for now. Except for we're going to change the previous layer to the next layer. Because this is the output layer, it will have a previous layer. It doesn't have a layer after it though, so there is no next layer. Okay, everything else remains the same. For our set next layer, we're gonna do this one first. So we're gonna take the layer in, and we're just gonna, null it out because there should be nothing there. And so again, we're clearing garbage, or making sure we don't put garbage in. And then we will do next layer is equal to null as well. Okay. And then we're gonna do the same thing as we did for the input layer, but in reverse here. So we can actually just take all of this again, paste it into here, and we can check, is what was being passed in here null? If it isn't, then we're gonna go to the previous layer, and we're gonna set it. Now, we are going to remove this bit. Otherwise, we do end up with an infinite loop. Okay, well, there goes our layers. We're done with the layers. Isn't that wonderful? So, next we have the network controller. So I'm just looking at my notes really quickly. I'm also going to double check that the stream is actually still live on that side because I'm having a bit of tech issues, which are fun. It appears to be. Wonderful. Alright. We might construct the thing later. We might do it a different way. We might start in the... No, we'll do the constructor now. Or not the constructor, the network controller. It's not a controller, it's the manager. Controller is something else. We'll take care of the controller later on. So let's go here, and we're going to create a new header. And this header will be our network header. Okay, so let me just copy the header stuff here. Oh. Also, that should be output layer. And I'm assuming that typo is there too. It is. Okay. Should have just copied the one I was on. Alright, so this is our network class declaration. And this class will control the network. It will be used to init layers and get outputs. Okay, so for this, we're going to need to include our layers. So we'll start with the include, and then we're going to go back one folder into layers, and then we need our neural layer. We skipped a layer. So really quickly, we'll do the next layer, and this will be our input layer. And we're gonna go back to layers really quickly and put in the missing layer that I completely forgot because it's hidden. Yeah, that was a really bad joke. I will show myself out, by the way, after that one. I am so sorry about that bad joke. All right, so let's go back to layers here, and we're gonna add another header, and this header will be called hidden layer. Okay, so just move these over so that hidden layer is next to output layer. I'm gonna go to output layers header. I'm just gonna literally copy everything for now. And let's go to hidden layer, paste it in, and this will be hidden layer instead. And there is that lovely E issue yet again. We'll replace the default constructor and destructor. And this is the neural hidden layer. And also, I just realized this should be output. And this will handle all hidden transform events for the network. There we go. Might be helpful if I got that correct. So we have our build layer, our set previous layer, and our set next layer, and our constructors. Let's cheat again. Create our class by, doing an error or creating an error. Hey, there we go. All right, and let's take our hidden layer and drop it into layers. And let's pop that open really quickly. And again, let's move this to the other side of our network, and we're going to do include. Go back several folders. Includes. Layers. Hidden layer. There we go. Okay. Now let's go in and see if we can get this to build even around the comments. It did. And do the same for these ones. Now this is going to be really simple. We're literally going to go back to the other two files and start copying and pasting things in. So let's go to our output layer. Let's grab this bit. And let's go here to our build layer and the hidden layer, and we're going to get rid of this next layer null stuff because that isn't true. This one's going to have inputs in both. So what we're going to do next is go to the output layer again. We're going to grab the set previous layer, and we're going to just call it in here. There we go. There's our set previous layer. And then for our set next layer, we're going to go to our, why is it saying that's not saved? Okay, whatever. We're going to go to our our input layer. I just make sure I didn't copy the wrong thing over. And in here, we're going to paste that into our set next layer. Let's build real quick, make sure there are no errors. We're good. Okay, now that I'm done with that mistake, we can head back over to our neural network layer here and continue our includes. So we're going to include, I'm just going to do this in the order in which the network will use them. And we'll do our hidden layer next. And then finally, we'll do our our output layer. All right, there we go. Also, we're going to need vector. So let's just include vector real quick. Right, so class, and this class will be our network. There we go. And like usual, we'll have our constructors and destructors. So let's just get my little header thingy in there. Wow, the Discord bot then posted it right after I posted it. Lovely. Sorry, I just saw that I had a Discord message and it was the bot posting the same thing that I posted. Thank you, bot. That was useful. Great timing. Right, so let's start with our constructor, of course, and we'll do our neural network and then our destructor. Okay, let's cheat like usual. Boom. Drop that into our networks folder there. Okay, pop that open. Don't close the folder like I did. Pop it open, and it's include. We're gonna go back several layers again. I feel it's really ironic that the word layer is the first choice when I say that. And it's network, and we want the network header. Okay, there we go. Let's just build these really quickly, or construct them, or define them. Boom. Okay, so again, default constructor and default destructor. Right, next we're going to have our attributes for this layer. So let me just grab my little lovely header thingy. Also, yeah, I completely skipped doing one thing here. This should be in the public domain, or public scope in that domain. Different term, different meaning. So, what we need is we need to store the input layer, the hidden layer, and the output layer. So what we're going to do is we're going to do input layer reference or pointer input layer ref, and this of course is the neural nets input layer. We're going to default this to null pointer just so we have our defaults in. Then we're going to do the neural nets hidden layers, sorry, and this will be std vector hidden layer, and this will be called hidden layers ref, and then we will do the neural nets output layer, and this will be a single one. Now technically this could actually be layers. You could have more than one input layer, but we're not designing the system around that idea right now. And this will be output layer, and that's output layer ref. Okay. Then we're gonna have, also by the way, these should be private. So we're in the private scope. Next we're gonna have the number of hidden neurons, or the number of hidden layers. So number of hidden layers. And yes, I know I'm not following my normal caps thing here. Actually, I'm gonna leave it like that, which will be a uint32 because it'll never be negative. It'll only be, the lowest will be 0. Number of hidden layers, and we'll just default this out to 0 for now. And then we are gonna do number of hidden neurons. Sorry, I'm pausing because I'm thinking about this. It's going to be number of hidden neurons per layer. We're not just going to do the number of neurons, it's a number of hidden neurons per layer. Now, this shifts the code a bit, so we can't just do a uint or an int or a single number. We need to do a vector, and each element in the vector will represent a layer of the hidden, will represent a hidden layer in our network. So we're going to do std vector, and then this will be uint32, and it will be number of hidden neurons. All right. Actually, I'm going to shift this around a bit. I'm going to move this down. I'm going to do number of inputs, and this will be uint32 number of inputs, which will just default out to 0. Okay, and then we're gonna do down here, you can tell I'm trying to keep it in order of input, hidden, output. We're gonna do the number of outputs. All right, and this is our uint32, and there always will only be one output layer. Number of outputs, which again will default out to 0. Okay, so we need to include one more thing, and that is our enum. So that's include. We need to go back one layer, or maybe 2 layers into utils. That's not what I said to do. There it is. Okay. So we need to set the methods for the input, for the hidden and for the output layers. We don't need to set the method for the input layer. The input layer doesn't have anything to do. It's taking in the data. We might shuffle the data around, but we don't need to do anything directly with it when we're inputting it right now. Now, if you're using a neuro fuzzy system, yes, you are transforming the data. You are fuzzifying it. And that is going to be in a multiple layer input process. We aren't doing that here. We're using crisp or Boolean logic through our network. So bear that in mind. There is some fuzziness there. I do get it. We're not fuzzifying anything though. Speaking of which, I will be running a course on Udemy that will be looking at creating a fuzzifier and a neural fuzzy system. In fact, actually part of the code that I'm iterating from is based on that. So that's why I keep looking around to look at my notes, as I have another bit of code from that system. It is a different approach. God said that I'm still recording that series. I might end up bringing this in. Hey, you're getting free content then. So, anyway, we need to set our activations types. So first we're going to do hidden layer activation method. And this is going to be std vector. And because each layer might have a different method, it's going to be e activation method. And it's going to be called hidden methods. Then we need to do our output layer activation method. You know what? Output layer. That's why I was going, that looks weird to me. I couldn't figure out what was going on. Layer. There we go. And this is, since it's a single layer, just an E activation method. And this will be output method. And we will actually default this one to E activation method. And it's sigmoid. We'll default it to. We already are using the sigmoid default across the thing so far, but I'd rather just cross my T's and dot my I's, if that makes sense. And then we need our vectors for our input and our output. And I'm going to go down a line. You know what? I'm actually going to group these 4 together, because these are all about how the data is manipulated. This is about the setup of the network. When I say manipulated, I mean transformed. Data manipulation has a very different meaning than the word manipulate. Or the word manipulation or manipulate in data manipulation has a very different meaning than it does in lay speech for anyone not with a data science or programming background or statistical background. Data science. So what we'll do is we'll do a vector of values used for input. Yes, I was swearing. So that's going to be std vector, and they're going to be of type double, and it'll be called network inputs. Actually, I'm going to do this as input values. Sorry, I was thinking it was a single, and I was going to just default it out to 0. And then we have a vector of values returned for output. And this is going to be std vector double, and that's output values. Okay. So those are our attributes for this. We have references to our layers, we have our methods, and then we're passing in our input values, and we're taking back our output values. So for our methods, and let me just grab my little thingamajigger that says methods. For our methods, what we're going to do is we're going to come in, we're going to go to the public scope. I almost said private there, which that might have sounded a bit weird. And we are going to activate the network. And really, this is the constructor at the end of the day, but we're just going to do it separately. This is init neural network. And we're going to pass in a uint 32 of number of inputs in, a uint 32 number of outputs in, which sounds so weird, and then an std vector of uint32 that will be number of hidden neurons in. I feel like I'm missing something before that one. Like number of hidden layers, something like that. I will come back to that in a moment. We might actually have to update this in a little bit, but that's fine. And then we need to pass in our activation method. So we're going to do our std vector. And that's going to be e activation method. And this will be our hidden methods in. So hidden methods in. And then we're gonna do our output activation. So it's gonna be e activation method output method in. Okay. So that will be used to activate the network. We are then going to, did I skip the semicolon? I did. We are then going to do sets the inputs for feeding in values to input layer. And this is going to be called void set inputs. And we're going to pass in an std vector double that we'll call inputs in. Okay. And then finally, we have our next sort of major thrust, because the middle one there, that set of inputs, well, important, not coding wise a big deal. And then we're going to calc the output for each layer and forward the value to the next layer or the user if output layer. Okay, and so what we're going to do for this is void network calc. Okay, and then we'll have a getter related to this called get output. So gets outputs, and this will be, we're actually going to create two getters. So this will be std vector double get outputs const, and then really quickly before I forget, inline. All right, and this is going to return our output values. Okay, gets output, and let's say we have multiple outputs. Gets output at particular at index I. So we'll do inline inline double get output singular uint, actually size t I const return output values at I. Okay, so there are our getters done. Let's return and tackle our these three. So let's see if I can just define them really quickly. It looks like it did. Awesome. By the way, I'm reading down here when I say it looks like it did. I'm just going to quickly build just to make sure there are no random errors I haven't missed already. Nope, we're good. So we aren't going to do anything in our constructor or destructor. That's fine. We have our neural network. We are going to trying to decide if I want to use Iostream or printf again. We will come to that decision when we come to it. That's how I'm going to handle this. So what we need to do is we might create other functions, by the way. We might make them completely private and only have them in the implementation file. We could have done that for other ones we've done as well, so I might not do that because I don't want to have to do all 4 of the times. I should have done that earlier. Input. No, 2 of the times. Sorry, it's used 4 times, but it's in 2 class files. Had to think about that for a second. So just gonna go here for a second. We're gonna think about this in order. We're starting with our we don't need to worry about our input layer. Actually, let's do our input layer first. We're going to spawn our input layer first. So let's come in here. We're going to spawn the input layer. And so what we're going to do is input layer. And then we are going to do input layer ref. I think that's what I named it here. No. So we have input layer ref. We are going to build layer. This is a pointer. I don't know why I did it as a pointer. I know I said pointer when I did it. Okay. We'll just leave that as is. So what we'll do is input layer ref. Actually, no, it should be a pointer. I was right the first time. Boom. Is new input layer. All right. So let's go look at our input layer really quickly and see what we need to do here. Let's go to our actual layer master. All right, so for our constructor, we have nothing like usual. We need to set our layer depth, which is the number of neurons in. We need to have the number of inputs in and the method. So I'm just gonna take this for a second. Actually, it should be in the input layer too. Yeah. So let's just grab the entire signature minus the void part of it. I'm just gonna paste it down here for my reference. So we've created the layer. We've allocated space and memory using our new keyword. What we're gonna do now is we are going to do our input layer ref. We are going to use the build layer, and we are gonna pass in number of inputs in. There we go. I just realized we haven't actually set that. So we'll talk about setting that. We're gonna set class attributes before we actually do this. But let's just finish this thought process out. Sorry, I'm missing arguments clearly. So we have number of inputs in, or number of inputs in. And then we have, well, we have to work out what our number of inputs in is going to be. So I'm going to put that to 0 for a moment. We still have to do our activation method. And for this one, we're actually just going to pass in linear. Okay, so we still have to work on that value. We'll come back to that in just a moment. We're going to tackle some other things first. Hey there, Dramoth. Long time no see, man. And it's going well. How are you doing? So let me just delete that comment really quickly. Right, so let's pop over to the header here. So number of inputs. You know what? Actually, give me 1 second. Number of neurons in layer, number of inputs. So I'm just looking at my notes really quickly here. Okay. Well, my notes are really weird for this part. So I'm gonna just ignore this for half a moment while I work out something here. So we have a number of inputs. We have a number of outputs. And then we're passing to the input layer the number of neurons in the layer, the number of inputs. Being in a goodish mood isn't good enough. Be in a great mood. You heard me. Do it. Do it. But I'm glad to hear you're in a good mood, man. Sorry, I'm thinking, and what I'm stuck on is... Okay, first, let's just do this. Number of inputs is equal to number of inputs in. Okay, let's just change that around. That also should say in. There we go. And then the vector we created a moment ago, which is our input values. We probably want to resize, so we're going to do input values dot resize to number of inputs. Okay. So we'll do the same for number of outputs. That's number of outputs in, and also input values dot clear. Okay, so then we have output values dot clear, and then output values dot resize, and it's number of outputs. Okay. Yeah, I had not two good days before. Had some sleep issues earlier today. So, the joys of mental health. I'm hopeful that you are seeing somebody for it, and that you're getting the help and care that you need, and that you're taking time to engage in good self-care practices. And that you're engaging with any therapy work that you're doing on top of that. Okay. So we set the class attributes. I'm probably going to collapse these down to functions later on. I say collapse. So used to working in Unreal. It's not even funny. Not that I have anything against Unreal. I'll say things and I realize, wait, these are things I would say for Unreal. They don't apply to things outside of Unreal. At least the term I was taught when I was told about iterating from, say, like this into functions wasn't collapse into function. That wasn't the term that was used with me. If other people have heard that term used from instructors before or during training, okay, I take my comment back. All right, so fix. I know that's wrong. I know it's wrong. I'm just not entirely sure what I want to do to address the issue. Also, print here for debugging reasons. So during this process, we're gonna have some lines that will actually be deleting some debugging lines, but it's just there so I know what's going on. So we're gonna do next is spawn hidden layers if there are, if any. Okay. So to do that, we're gonna have an if loop followed by a for loop. Now we've already done the first part of what we need to do in that loop. least in my notes, I said, oh, resize it here. Seeing someone who's helping with it. Good. Good. Sorry, I'm responding to chat as well. I can't remember if I said it so you can see the chat after the stream, but yes, I'm responding to the chat. By the way, I didn't say that in the description of this video will be the tutorial I'll follow for the second part and access to the GitHubs for that part and this current part. So, in my original notes, what I said is once we've determined with the if statement that number of hidden layers is greater than 0, number of hidden layers is greater than 0, then we resize it. The oh, whoa, no, we haven't done that. Sorry, I'm thinking of outputs. We do still need to resize it, so we need to do hidden layer dot resize, and then number of hidden layers. Sorry, hidden layers ref. There we go. Right, really quickly, because I know that this is going to be slightly problematic. This is also a pointer, and so is this. At least Unreal uses real programming language that can handle memory issues properly. That's true. I mean, it's the same language as I'm working in here. So we're going to resize it, and then we're going to do for size t I is equal to 0. I is less than the number of hidden layers. We will increment I. And what we're going to do is check if this is the first hidden layer. So what we want to do is do an if I is equal to 0. And then we're going to have, after that, an else statement. Okay. And then, we're going to have an else here really quickly. And we're going to print here, no hidden layers, debugging. And then print here for debugging. This is just letting me know when I'm testing it if I have hidden layers or if I don't. It's letting me know, hey, we've initialized them. It's also useful because there is a potential for a memory leak in this when I'm using these vectors. That this is how I'm going to see where exactly we've gotten before we hit any memory leaks. They will be removed down the road to make things better. Sorry, the person whose music is playing in the background, I let him know, hey, I tried to stream your music yesterday, but it wasn't working. He just sent me a response. I was letting him know that, I got it working. I mean, it was a really weird thing that was going on with the music. Like, it wasn't being picked up by the stream, but it was being picked up by the recording. So I was able to hear it when I listened to the recording of it yesterday, but you couldn't hear it on the stream. DK Jens, hey, you make Unreal 6? If Epic wants to hire me, and yeah, sure, I'll gladly work on an engine like that. It'd be honestly, I think I'd freak out a bit if I had to do something like that, because you're looking at somebody else's code, you're looking at all the work they put into it, and you have to try to understand it. I struggle sometimes understanding my own code. Like, wow. Drameth, I'm thinking more of C# being a freaking memory hog. Well, C# is a pure OOP language. Unreal. C++ isn't a pure OOP language. For those of you not in the know, C++ is a hybrid language. It is OOP plus procedural, or hierarchical, depending on which term you've learned. So, when it comes to when it comes to C# versus C++, you have to have more objects in memory with C# than you do with C++. I can have something, it's much, yeah. There's much more flexibility, I think, with C++ than C#. There is more flexibility with C++ than there is with C#. Now, to be fair, they're both iterations on, or both supersets of C. And if you look at pure C coding, you have to do everything. Which, honestly, like, if it were up to me, like, if I had that all the time in the world, I'd probably work in C, create my own C superset, and move on from that. But, one, I don't like reinventing the wheel. Yes, I realize I'm technically doing that by one, making a game engine and a neural network. And two, I don't have the time for it. And three, I don't hate myself enough. I really get annoyed when people say, oh, C++ is a OOP language. Like, technically, yes, but it's actually a hybrid language. And we need to acknowledge that, because when you're doing games design, for example, in other areas, I don't know how much to make this argument, but with games design, I can make an argument with it. When you're making a choice between, say, Unity and Unreal, I mean, one of my neural networks is done in C. Like, I can code in C, I just don't like it, because I have to spend more time worrying about memory and garbage collection than I do with, say, C++. Then again, let's be very, very clear on this. I work in Unreal a lot. I am spoiled, rotten, with the way that system handles garbage collection. I actually don't know if they use C# to make the engine itself. I know Unreal did. Unreal's engine actually is in C#, and most of the, that's why, like, if you look at the Git repo for the engine I'm making, it's in C#. Most of the visual stuff is easier to do in C#, to be fair. I hate working on that visual side of it, though, because this IED does freak out a bit every so often. And actually, if you don't know, the project file itself is also a C# file in Unreal. But what I was saying was, with regards to picking an engine between the two, in terms of coding, oh, it was C for the engine and C# for the interface. Okay. I mean, the interface is always C#. Technically, that's what Unreal did, because Unreal did their own version of C++, which is hilarious, because... So, one of the complaints that a lot of people have with Unreal is that when you move from, like, being a C++ programmer into Unreal, you have to relearn C++. God knows, if you watch my original tutorial series, I made mistakes like that because I was thinking about C++ as C++ and how the heap and stack all work and all those little bits and bobs, right? And so I made this claim, oh, hey, you can cast in a smarter way. Which is true, technically I was casting in a smarter way than a lot of tutorials, which for some reason try to cast on ticks. We'll ignore that. The funny part is, by the way, if you look at some of the base code from Unreal, there is actually a moment in one of the default files where it is actually casting on a tick. Yeah. Should have casted once on the begin play, and then use the reference on the tick, and check the validity of the reference instead of casting. But the way that works in C++ is once something is out of memory, it's no longer, or out of scope, it's no longer in memory, it's removed from the heap, you don't have a reference to it. You have to refill it when you get it back. Now, with Blueprint, the second you create a reference, unless you're doing a soft reference, it is always a hard copy. Now, I didn't know that when I started. So, I bring this up because a lot of Unreal, you have to think about when Unreal was originally written. Think about Unreal 3 in particular, moving towards Unreal 4. They were working in an era prior to modern C++. They had a for each loop before Java had a for each loop. For those of you who don't know why I just emphasized before Java, the for each loop, or the bound for loop, or whatever the other technical name for it is, because I always forget the technical name for it, was first in Java and then copied over into C++. In fact, actually, the documentation flat out says, we took this from Java we made it our own. Unreal, Epic had one before C++ did. So what Epic did was they created their own API, understandably, especially for something like that, but they reinvented, from someone coming from a C++ background, C++. And at the time, what they reinvented didn't exist. Basically, they were C programmers, we're making our own superset of C, except they made a superset of C++. That isn't a criticism. I think it's brilliant, but it does explain why there is, every so often you kind of sit there going, this function works this way, why isn't it working? And you realize that Unreal has their own version of it. But yeah, no, when you're making that choice between which engine to use, there are a lot of arguments to make. Don't get me wrong, I like Unity. I actually do. I'm not going to make tutorials for Unity. Sorry, Brackeys is out there. Watch his stuff. He is brilliant at what he does, and there's no reason for me to try to even walk into that area. Because to be fair, how he teaches, the content he has, would be the content I would create. Now, our coding styles might be different, but I ain't going to touch that. When it comes to Unreal, because you can do both C++ and Blueprint, and a lot of tutorials are Blueprint, I've gone through and actually seen these tutorials going, like my Survival Series tutorial, actually both my main tutorials, the RTS and the Survival Series, were written because of other tutorials in Unreal. The Survival Series was, sorry, the RTS series was because a Udemy class I took was so awful. Like, I actually wrote a 4-page rant detailing the mistakes. My personal favorite is the academic, so same academic level as me, someone with a doctorate, going and talking like this in all of his tutorials. Most of the words were separated like this, but every so often he would group words together. And then when he makes a mistake, so when I make a mistake in my recordings now, I do this. Sorry, my hands are a bit dry, so I can't snap too well. I do that. That's my indication when I'm looking at my time scrubs that, hey, I've done something wrong here. Listen to the line after to see what I'm saying. Go before to find where I need to edit that into. But you won't hear the snaps in any of my recordings unless you have access to a raw recording or I included it as part of a joke or something. Anytime he made a mistake, he would go, blooper, 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 blooper. 5 times. He would say blooper 5 times. There's long pauses between them. And it never got edited out in any of the videos. Or he goes, oh, I've already done this, so I can't show you how to do it, but here's the code. Like, I do a guy who does tutorials that way, but it's because he's going, here's the complete project, and I'm going to send you the code in each video segmented for what I did to get there, and I'm going to walk you through it. This was, yeah, I've already done it, just copy it. And by the way, his code was wrong. Like, even Epic's documentation was like, never do this thing. And then, like, he even links to the document, and the first thing he does is literally the thing that says at the top, never to do. Truly awful. And it was a 200 pound, so $200 in USD. So you don't know, it isn't a conversion rate there, it's a max amount per region on Udemy. There's an entire thing on it. If you want, I can send a link to it. But it was 200 pound. I spent 10 pound on it. And even spending 10 pound on it, I felt ripped off. Like, the content was truly awful. As I'm making an RTS, nothing about it worked. The code was wrong. The descriptions were wrong. I mean, like, the first video in each section was a 10-minute video about how the person teaching that particular section was the best tutor in that area. And it's like, no, you're all really bad at this. And you're charging an arm and a leg. Like, I realize I have typos in my descriptions, but if I'm not charging money for my public tutorials, there were so many typos in their description that it wasn't even funny. Like, at one point, like, it repeated the same 3 lines, like, over and over again, which is not something unexpected from the person who published the tutorial. The people who wrote it were different people. It was published by a publisher. I have a copy of their book. In fact, I have a copy of their book open on my other screen because I'm critiquing it right now. And at one point they have a page of text, then they have a figure at the bottom of the page. The next page is the same text, again, without the figure. 2 pages later, the same text again. And when I say text, I don't mean like one line. I'm talking literally all but the last 10 lines of those 3 pages were word for word the same, except for the page numbers. That was the quality of their work. It was really bad. So I went, you know what? If you're charging an arm and a leg for this and you're turning out crap like this, and I have seen your other crap, then I'm going to do it for free and show you how it's done. Now, of course, my first several videos are crap because I was learning YouTube at the time. But I will be very, very, very blunt. They are garbage. Truly, my first few videos on YouTube are utter horse hockey. I'll leave them there just so, because it's part of the series and I haven't put the remaster out yet. But, despite how crappy that is, sorry, I'll read your message in a minute. Despite how crappy what my videos are, those like sections 1, 2, and 3 outstrip and go into more detail and give you more options than the crap that company was putting out. So that's what launched this, that because it was a bad tutorial and like they were making so many mistakes. The survival series is because I was watching one of the bigger UE4, I'm not sure if they're going to do UE5, tutorial content creators. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not going to say who it is. This person is a great artist. They understand the art side. They understand the level design side. They are great at that. That is clearly their background. They have gone into programming. They have a C++ series, which, if you ever meet one of my moderators, Chica Bow Wow, or Chica Wow Wow, sorry. Yeah, from Bow Chica Wow Wow. He is still mad at me, like 2 years on, for sending him one of the C++ tutorials from that guy. It's 15 minutes long, and it's on a very simple concept, and he, 1, misses the point of it, and then 2, gets everything factually wrong about it. But he did a survival series, and he runs everything on tick. Your hunger system, your flashlight, your stamina system, everything on tick. And I'm like, oh, I need to do a better one and talk about OOP programming. But, like I said, I wouldn't do C# ones because Brackeys is brilliant. Like, seriously, if you want to do C# and programming and Unity, Brackeys. Yes, there's room for improvement. Yes, he does get things wrong. I get things wrong. Sometimes we intentionally do that just so we have content to talk around these mistakes, or sometimes because it's easier to teach the slightly bad way so you get the concept of it before looking at the proper way. Take, for example, the creation of the structures for date-time in the original RTS instead of using the date-time structures built into UE4. I can't remember why I started that ramble. But hey, you learned why I created 2 of the series. So better than one of my lectures when I was doing my degree, if you asked him a question, he didn't know the answer, he would talk backwards, lift both hands to his face and drop his head down. Then he would, after a couple of seconds, would lift his head up and say he would get back to the student after a break in the lecture. A couple of times he came back and said the second half was canceled because he was finding the answer to the question. Okay, I have to say I respect that a shit ton. Like, honestly, going, hey, I don't know the answer. 1, by the way, it is fine not knowing the answer. But demonstrating I don't know the answer, I'm going to look it up, is good. Canceling a class, bit of a mixed bag. And yeah, I really do, I kind of appreciate that, honestly. I kind of do. Yeah. Sorry for anyone watching the VOD as I went on to a really long ramble there. Hour and 12 minutes in, I'm pretty sure I just did a 12-minute ramble at the hour mark. Right. Sorry about that. So what we are going to do for this one is we are going to do hidden layers ref at our index I is equal to new hidden layer, and then we're going to take this bit again, so I'm just going to copy it down here, and we are going to build a layer. We're going to pass into this number of of hidden neurons at index I. Hidden methods at index I. Oh, sorry, that's the last one. What are we doing before that? We are doing the number of outputs in. So we are going to do input layer ref, and we are going to get number of neurons in layer. Okay, there we go. And then I'm going to put my terminator there. Right, I need some food. It's coming up at 10 p.m. here in Aussie land. I haven't eaten yet. Go do self-care. Eating is part of self-care. He lost his tenure at the university a couple of years later because he slept with one of his PhD. See, like my master's degree, one of the professors, full professors with tenure, slept with and married 4 of his students. Slept with 4 of his students and married 3 of them. He was cheating, by the way, to make that make sense. He'd sleep with one, marry them, cheat on them with the next one, marry it. Now, them. Now, the 4th one was already married and hasn't left their husband. But his response was, ethics was just a guideline. Like, wow, dude, wow. But yeah, go eat. Go eat. All right. So here we're gonna print print here for debugging reasons. All right. So create all other layers, all other hidden layers. So what we're gonna do here is we're just gonna copy this because this bit remains the same. Actually, you know what? Let's make this a little bit more efficient. This is going to happen regardless. So what we're going to do is we're going to construct the neuron. We're going to do the build here for the particular type. And then for the hidden layer, what we're going to do is we're going to do the non-first hidden layer is hidden layers ref at I. And we are going to do at I -1. We're going to do set next layer. And we're going to pass in the reference to the hidden layer at index I. Oh, it's already a pointer. So yeah, what we're saying here is go to the hidden layer prior to this layer, this hidden layer, and set their next layer to be me. So hidden layer B goes and says, hey, look at hidden layer A. Hidden layer A, your next layer is me, hidden layer B. Oh, also, we should do that here as well. Sorry, I skipped a step. We need to do that for the input layer. So we're going to take the input layer reference, and we are going to do set next layer to be hidden layer ref at index I. Okay. And we have our print string. Just to make sure I haven't forgotten anything else for this else we're doing. So we spawned it here, which we were going to do here originally. We've built it. No, we have not built it. That's the part I skipped. I knew I skipped something. Hidden layer ref at index I. We are going to build layer. And what we're going to do is we're going to just copy this bit. Okay. Now that we have that, we need our hidden layer reference, I -1. And then we're going to get from this, get number of neurons in layer. And then hidden layer methods at index I for the final bit. Okay. Actually, we're going to have this print string elsewhere. We're going to have it here. Per layer completed. Just so I remember what each of these are, because they're really next to each other. I've already said that one is we don't have any hidden layers we're doing. Actually, that goes there. Okay. Then that comment goes here. Okay, sorry, I just had to think about this for a second. And again, we are going to split this into multiple functions. I'm just going to do it in one for now. We are then going to spawn output layer. Sam, being alone is the start. I have no idea what I'm going to say with that. I was just going to say something weird. So in this case, we actually have to do another check regarding hidden layers. We need to know if number of hidden layers is greater than 0. Else, if it isn't, we're going to do something different. And then we're going to have, I'm going to put hidden completed because then we're going to have the same comment down here for output completed. We're going to always have output layers, but how they work will differ based on if we have hidden layers or not. So what we're going to do is output layer ref is equal to new output layer. There we go. And then layer, there we go. And then we're going to take the output layer ref and we are going to build, really? Output layer ref, build layer, sorry, I like having the IntelliSense. So it's going to be number of outputs, because that is the number of, so the number of outputs is the number of neurons we have in the output layer. The number of inputs is going to come from the hidden layer. So what we're going to do is take the give me 1 second. I'm going to Google something, because I can't remember if there's a function for what I want that already exists. So, okay, so there is actually. Cool. So what we're going to do is we're going to do hidden layers ref dot back. And then from there, we're going to get number of neurons in layer. So what we're saying is the number of outputs is the number of output neurons. The number of inputs, so if we get the IntelliSense to pop back up, which by the way, this would be output method for this last bit. So just really quickly, I'm going to copy this bit and we're going to start this again just so you can see what I'm talking about. So we're going to do build layer. So the number of neurons, the numbers of neurons in layer, so how many neurons exist in this layer, are the number, in this case, the output, are the number of outputs. Those are one-to-one correlation there. The number of inputs into the layer is the number of neurons in the last hidden layer. Now, instead of doing back, if this doesn't work, what I could do instead is hidden layers, bracket, number of hidden layers minus 1. Now, the last one is the output method. That one's simple. Okay, so after that, what we're going to do is set previous layer. And we are going to do hidden layers ref dot back. And again, I can replace this with what I just described a moment ago. Oh, sorry, I put the thing in the wrong spot. There we go. So alternatively, this could be hidden layers ref, number of hidden layers minus 1 instead of what we currently have. Right, so that's why we have it separated. If we have hidden layers, then we know that it's going to be the last hidden layer. We don't know how many there are. We don't know any of that. So we can't set the information correctly. But what we can do is have a reference, a variable reference to it. Now, if there isn't a hidden layer, then none of that would work. You'd actually get a bunch of errors. So what we're going to do instead is first, actually move this to the line above here, because that's going to happen regardless. What we're going to do here instead is this bit. We're going to take all of this. Okay. From this one, the number of... I mean, you could use number of outputs or number of inputs. It should be this... Nope, multiple input, single output. They can be different. So there should be number of outputs. Okay. And then we're going to do the number of inputs. You know what? Just to be on the safe side, we're going to do input layer ref get number of neurons in layer, because that is the number of inputs coming in. And then our method will be output method, just like before. Okay, and the difference here, the next difference is the output layer ref. We are going to do set previous layer as input layer ref. I think maybe switch to input layer ref set next layer this, or not this, output layer ref. Sorry, I'm just looking at an alternative way of doing that. And then we're going to have our debug there. So that's this function, well, not done. We still have to fix up the input layer bit here. And that's the part that I'm currently still struggling in my head to think about. However, give me about 30 seconds. I need to make a quick little run to the gents. Hey, I am back. Welcome in, Elephant and Handgun Pro. Hope you're having a wonderful day. So, I'm assuming the NOP was no problem. I'm hoping. Handgun Pro, I have my theories. Like, there was a person who started doing tutorials after me. I'm not gonna say who. Their tutorials are not good. And unlike the person I talked about earlier, who I actually have a lot of respect for in terms of their abilities, I have absolutely no respect for this individual. If you ask a question of this individual, on their Discord or on YouTube or on Udemy or on Teachable or wherever they're at now, because they got banned from Udemy, they insult you. And I don't mean they go, oh, you're an idiot. They swear at you. They call you a troll. They tell you that you're an idiot, so there is that. They tell you that they're not there to help you, that you should just watch their tutorials. They go on rants, and they have a very sick personality, a cult of personality that follows them, has a very similar mentality. He went from being well behind me in terms of subscribers to being way past me. Now, I'm pretty sure most of those are bots based on just some analytics he can do. And comparing his stuff to my much smaller subscriber count and having much higher numbers of views within my stuff and comments and things like that. His Discord's roughly the same size as mine too. But I think he gets a lot of his viewers because he does flashy titles that really are incorrect what he's doing. Like he had, oh, we're doing this in UE5 in one of his titles, and it's actually a UE4 tutorial. Funnily enough, the content of that tutorial he stole from me. Because when I made that tutorial, I went through every single YouTuber and tutorial person around to see if they were using the approach I use. I didn't want to do something that's already been done. The content area has already been done, and there are literally 3, including mine, that actually do it in a correct OOP way. Everyone else does it as a, we're just doing something really simple as a placeholder approach. If you want a more advanced one, go to the marketplace and buy it approach. To be fair, after having done a tutorial on it, I would actually understand why people say just buy it. And so he has flashy titles that aren't correct. He takes other people's content, and he is a drama monger. That, I think, is what gets him his views. I tend to be a little bit more circumspect in my titles, and my thumbnails aren't the best. That I know. I'm trying to work on making better thumbnails. And I don't engage in the drama. Like, I don't name people like the other ones do. I also will only teach something if I am confident in teaching it. So I do multiplayer programming, for example. I haven't released a multiplayer tutorial because I'm not confident teaching it yet. I'm working on it. I've done test runs of ones. In fact, I have a test run for a Battle Royale in UE5 I'll be doing, because I am confident in teaching that, but he does everything in replication. That, and I suck at the social media side of it. I need to figure out how to do shorts for tutorials. So Sam, if you have ideas, like I've actually sat there thinking about it. Like if you have ideas on how to do shorts for tutorials, let me know. It's something I have been pondering for a few months now. It's like, oh, I could do a short on this, and I prep it out, I'm like, and it's 30 minutes. What? So yeah, if you have ideas on that, let me know. By the way, the reason why height keeps changing is this chair is really bad. So I'm actually sitting like higher than I should be right now to get the height I should have. Normally I'm sitting actually back against the chair, so my height keeps changing for that reason. So during COVID I was teaching, and after COVID I met a few of the students on campus for something. It was like the final session we had, and it was on campus. And none of them had seen me in person. They'd only met me online. And I walked up to the group, I recognized them, they didn't recognize me, and I spoke. Now, for those of you who don't realize, I live in England, so clearly I have an accent. I stand out. Second I spoke, they all recognized me, and one of them went, holy, I thought you were short. Like, I'm 6'1". How do you think someone who's 6'1" is short? She goes, from your video, I just thought you were short. It's because my monitor is usually up at that height, because that is actually more comfortable for me to look at. That's right in my eye line. But it's a 27-inch monitor that one's on, and so the camera is really high up. Actually, the camera's above my head right now. I just have it angled enough that you could see me properly. All right, sorry, I'm rambling. I am not doing coding. So we left off at having finished our hidden and output layer setups in terms of the implementation within the network itself. Our input layers are still not correctly set up. And I'm pretty sure there's going to be a memory leak that I talked about earlier, last video, in this part here. So let's figure out what we need to do here. So I just really quickly am going to grab the signature here minus the actual return type. And I'm just going to go down here for a second and paste that in. So what we're doing is we're passing in the number of neurons in the layer. And the number of inputs. Now, in theory, these two should be the same, but they can be different. So what I want to do is... No, they can't be. They're the same. Okay, there we go. That takes care of that, I guess. You know what? We will use Iostream just to make this a bit easier for the debugging purposes. So, no, we'll use printf. So what we'll do for this one is we will do printf, and that will be input, actually, input layer constructed, new lines. Now before I finish this, I'm actually going to just double check that new line works on printf, because I always forget. I'm so used to using cout. Printf stroke n. Yeah, no, that does work. I've done it before. I'm an idiot. Ignore me. Ignore me. I didn't even finish Googling it. Like, I hit enter, I didn't even read it and went, oh. Oh, yeah. I guess it's really, the masterpiece type style, height thumbnail. Usually if you just show your final products and say more detail. You know, I could do that with the review sections or the intro sections I do for each of the things. I could turn those into shorts. That might be a good idea. I'll try that out, Sam. Yeah, I have too much of, integrity? I'm not sure that's the right word for this. I have scruples. To quote The Witcher, the books, not the movie or TV show, I have scruples. I don't think I'll be doing the, make money making video games. Until I make money making video games? Nah. But yeah, no, I do think there is that sort of mentality that you get from these people that, yeah. Okay, so then this should be print. I'm just making sure I didn't put it in the wrong spot. I did put it in the wrong spot. Okay, so this should be printf, and that will be hidden layer f has been built, comma, I. So where that f is, we'll get I. Oh, I have to use, okay. Does anyone know really off the top of their head? Printf, integer. Character string float integer. Okay, so we'll use C instead. Oh, sorry, wait. D, not C. Also, I have no idea what I clicked to do that. I need to figure that out. That was really good. Welcome back, Dramith. Also, hello, in Kiwi. I feel you. Yeah, it's a dirty business to be popular on YouTube. I understand the integrity thing. Like, I'd like to be able to do more and say more and things like that, but yeah. Oh no, that was in the right spot. I see why I've done that. Okay. So if we've gone through the loop, we're still in the loop here. We're printing it out. We go back in. Yep. Okay, that was in the right spot earlier. So this is printf, and this should be like earlier. Hidden layers constructed. New line. Okay. And this should be no hidden layers to construct. In other words, we're saying there is nothing there. We're not asking for any hidden layers. And then finally, this last one, what we'll do is just have it output, hey, I've built the output layers. So we'll do printf output layer constructed. New lines. Is that what I did? Control D? Yeah, it was Control D I hit. I must have hit D instead of C. Thank you. I didn't realize I had hit D. Okay, so now we need to set our inputs. Now let's go back here for a second. And we have number of inputs. And we have our input values. So input values is the actual data we're passing into the network. Now, I just want to make sure I haven't changed that. Input values we have changed that up there. We have resized it. What we're going to do here is we could just literally copy it over, but I want to go index by index for now. You might change that down the road. We're going to do size t I is 0. I is less than the number of inputs. I'm going to double check that it is number of inputs. It indeed is. Then we iterate or increment I as we iterate through this loop. And what we're going to do is we're going to do our input values at index I is equal to inputs in at index I. Again, I could, since they're both vectors and of the same type, I could just literally go assign that one over there. I'd be doing more of your tutorials if I was in my right mind all the time. I have nothing else to do except for playing games and caring for my mom. I mean, you have to be in the right mind space to try to even work on things in general, so understandable. Alright, so let's take a look at our input layer header really quickly. Okay, let's take a look at our neural layer master header really quickly. Why am I looking in the wrong spot? It's definitely going to be in the, it's every layer does it. It's just a different thing with the input layer. So what I'm looking for here is, those are our methods. Setup getters, output calc. Am I missing a method that I need? Okay. Hang on. Let's go up here for a second. Inputs. Where do I set inputs? Okay. I think I skipped one. I think I completely skipped one. Init layer, check that we have neurons in the layer. If we do, then we are going to go through every neuron in the layer. I remember this yesterday saying, oh yeah, there's 3 steps we're going to do, and then we can reduce it down. And then today, I didn't even think about it. I literally just do the 3 steps in one go. Well, technically it's 2. We have the new one up there, but alright, I'm pretty sure that I've skipped a step. So what we're gonna do in here is go to our methods, and under set neuron, because it's part of the setup, we are going to set the vector values for, or vector, the input vector. And this is going to be our void set inputs, std vector of type double, without a capital D and double spelled correctly, and it's gonna be called inputs in. And just really quickly, I just want to double check that I don't get outputs, inputs. Yeah, no, I completely missed this last time. It's true that a lot of individual developers use UE. I see predominantly Unity, although I've been using Unreal Editor since the first Unreal Tournament, so I'm biased. Yeah, I think for some reason Unreal has this reputation of not being user-friendly. In fact, I actually find it more user-friendly than Unity. But, each person is going to have their own opinion on how this stuff works. And that is good. We should be trying different things. We should be looking at things in different ways. So I'm just going to double check that I've actually, at some point, have resized things. I have not. So, I feel like I made a comment about that yesterday. I don't think we resized one of these, and it was the inputs. Oh no, I noticed we hadn't resized the outputs. When I had made the comment, we hadn't done the inputs. Well, that means it's always going to be empty because we haven't actually done it. Okay. And this is around the point where I started getting panicky about something. Inputs dot. Hang on. I had to think about this for a second. For every layer. For the input layer, the number of inputs is equal to the number of neurons. You know what? We're just going to do it this way. And then for each, for size t, I equals 0, I is less than, oh, we'll just use this again, I plus plus, and this will be inputs at I are equal to inputs in at I. Okay. Now that we have fixed my mistake from before, sorry, Dramath, do you mean the music I'm playing? It is a playlist by another content creator known as Good Kid Dad. It is his actual music studio, Stream Studios, and it's copyright-free music that he has. Why most Unreal games have stuttering issues? I mean, there's a lot of reasons for stuttering issues in Unreal games, but a lot of times people don't know how to use the tools they have, I find. Right, so let's go back to the network. And I think it was Network Calc I was on when I was like, oh, we skipped a step. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to the input layer ref. We are going to set inputs. And we're, oh yeah, it's a pointer. It's like, why did I change that to an arrow operator? And we are going to pass into it our inputs. So our input values. There we go. We are then going to take our input layer ref again, and we are going to do layer calc, or calc. Sorry, it's network calc. I thought I had named it layer calc because I named this one network calc. And then we're going to do a check on our hidden neurons. So if number of hidden neurons is greater than 0, then we'll proceed. Else, we will do other things. So if it is greater than 0, then what we'll do is we'll do a for loop through each of the hidden layers. So for size ti equals 0, I is less than number of hidden. Sorry, that should be hidden layers, not hidden neurons. I plus plus. There we go. We want to know, are there actually layers? So then we're going to do hidden layer ref I set inputs. And then we're going to do hidden layer ref at, or I guess we do I get previous layer get outputs. Okay, what the heck did I call it? Hidden layers ref. I think I missed the S on layers. I did. There we go. Okay, so now that we've gotten the outputs, now that we set the inputs to the outputs from the previous layer, in this case it will be the input layer, what we're going to do is we're going to calculate at that particular index for that layer, I'm just looking for layer calc because I'm so used to naming it by what it sounds like. It'd be Neuron Calc, layer calc, etc. There we go. Sorry, I'm looking at my notes and I have two different methods of doing this, and now I'm just really confused. So method 1 of my notes is like what I've just done. Method 2 creates a local hidden layer variable. It takes what is currently at the hidden layer reference at that index and stores that index at that local. Oh god, what? No, no! Oh god, no, I would no. What was I thinking when I wrote that? Oh my god. No. That's bad. Don't do that. Don't do the second option I wrote down. Not that you can see it. Just don't do it. Oh god. We're going to ignore that exists now. And we're going to do the output layer. So for the output, sorry, I'm looking at my notes again, and for some reason I did the input layer twice. So for the output layer, what we're gonna do is output layer ref, and we're going to do set inputs, and we're gonna take the output layer ref, and we are going to get previous layer, get outputs. Okay. From there, then we can take the output layer. So all we're doing when we're setting the inputs is we're passing the information in. So here we're passing the information in from outside the system into the input layer. Here at the hidden layer, we're taking the input layer at index 0 and taking their output and making that our new input at index 1. So hidden layer B takes the output of hidden layer 1 or hidden layer A it makes that output from hidden layer A the input for B, and then a new output is calculated. Hidden layer does the same thing. It takes whatever, output layer does the same thing. It takes whatever's in the previous layer as its output and turns it into the output layer's input. And then we calc the results. So we do our activation function, and then our network, or our outputs, our output values. Actually, we should be doing this in a loop. So again, for size ti 0, I is less than number of outputs. I is incremented. And what we'll do here is we will do network or output values at I is equal to output layer get output singular at index I. Okay. That actually should be everything. We are now at the testing stage. I am definitely sure I have made mistakes in this. Now, of course, if we test this, when I hit play, it's just going to say hello world. So we're at the stage where we can start writing our testing stuff up. So let's just pop over to main really quickly, and that can go bye-bye. Right, so I know I'm going to need vector. I know I'm going to need my network that we just worked on. So that should be includes neural networks, network. Okay. So it'd also be helpful if I included the C in vector. So what we're gonna do is just, it's actually really simple what we're gonna do. This is just for testing. So I'm gonna just cheat really quickly. I like having my test be somewhat visually appealing, if that makes any sense. And I have a little setup I tend to use. I'm looking at the wrong code for this. Give me 1 second. I'm going to open up a different project. In fact, I'm going to open up the project I'm using for the Udemy course that I'm writing. So, hey, I'm going to let you see the code for a bit. So, hey, there's a Udemy course I'm writing and tutorial code. Oh, no, we want the prep code. There we go. Boink. Also, Handgun Pro, I think it was you earlier that mentioned they make money off of programming. The other way, I think the people that I know who tend to be bigger than me and who objectively I think have worse tutorials, don't get me wrong, there are people bigger than me that have wonderful tutorials. Even I go to them and will recommend them. There are people bigger than me that have worse tutorials. There are people smaller than me that have better tutorials. There are people smaller than me that have worse tutorials. But focusing on the subgroup of people who make these sort of tutorials who are worse than me and who are bigger, a lot of them, I think, made their names on Udemy. Because people don't think that free is good, typically. Honestly, it's part of the reason I made the Patreon. In reality, they are going, oh, you know, it's free, it must not be good. If you pay for something, you must think it's wonderful, right? It's not always that, you know, accurate to reality, of course, but such is life. So, I actually am going to use C out because I'm too lazy to change my code for this one. What we're going to do here is we are going to include the Iostream. Sorry, I'm just getting my notes back on screen from that from a second ago. So we're going to include Iostream. All right. So that way I can do this. And this will be neural network setup. I like things being visual. What can I say? And we're going to do just another cout of new line, starting neural network. Boot, just because it's funny to me. And then setting number of inputs and hidden layer values. Show new line. And then std cout. In fact, I'm gonna just copy something I've already kind of prepped out because I don't want to count how many dashes I need. Okay, so now if we hit play, all we'll see is that. Of course, it will have an error because I forgot to do that. Now we can try. Okay, let's make that a bit longer. I know none of this matters, but hey, I like things that look, you know, kind of slightly retro and cool as we're building it, especially if we're working in console. I am weird. I know, okay? I know I'm weird. Also, what the heck is that? That's not my microphone you're seeing. Oh, that looks like it's right next to me. It's my coat hanging on my other broken chair. I have 2 broken chairs. Okay, so what we're gonna do is just uint32t number of inputs. We're just gonna set this here. uint32t number of outputs. See, multiple in, single out. I was panicking that I hadn't changed colors on the other one. I need to go to the network for a minute and that's the wrong one. Apparently I closed network. Okay. So, number of hidden neurons. Okay. So, yeah, that's right. So, we're going to do that as an std vector. In fact, actually, I'm going to, well, first, uint32t number of hidden neurons. And we're just going to put 2 neurons in. Yeah, that laugh was fake and meant to be annoying. If you don't get the why I laughed when I said 2 neurons. So we're just going to confirm this. We'll be updating that part later on with a using number of inputs. Show n. And then std cout using number of outputs. Stroke n. Okay. And then we're going to do if number of hidden neurons dot size is greater than, ironically, the number I typed by mistake, 0. We are going to say, actually we'll do the else first. Else, and then we'll have std cout, and this should now parallel what we have elsewhere, using no hidden layers. And that's 2 lines down again. Okay. For if we do have layers, what we're going to do is we are going to say how many neurons are in, how many layers there are, and how many neurons in each layer are there. So it's going to be std cout using number of hidden neurons dot size, hidden layers, and then we're going to do a for size ti equals 0. I is less than number of hidden neurons dot size. We increment I as we loop through the body, and we'll do std cout hidden layer I houses number of hidden neurons I I was wondering why I was getting an error. I was like, what am I missing? Number of neurons might be 1. Shokan. Okay. So if we run this real quick, it should say, using 2, 1, 3, 2, 2, 2. So if we hit play, there we are. Except for I missed a space. So we have 3 inputs, 1 output, 3 hidden layers. Layer 1 uses 2. Layer 2 uses 2. Layer 3 uses 2. I just want to make sure I caught all those spacing mistakes. I did. Cool. You know what? I'm just gonna tab these over because I want to see what that looks like. I like that book. Look better actually. There we go. I know it's such a minor point, but it makes me unbelievably happy for some weird reason. Okay. So what we're going to do now is set the methods. So set methods for layers. We're going to do an std vector e. You know what? We need to include something. Includes enums network settings. Okay. E activation. Really? std vector e activation method, and we're gonna call this our activation methods, I guess, right? That would make sense. At least I think it would. Wait, no, this is a vector, so this is our hidden methods. Okay, we'll ignore that weirdness of me not typing correctly. We're going to do if number of hidden neurons dot size is greater than 1. Sorry, it's size. I had to think about that for a second. Okay, I'm now doubting myself a bit, but we'll take care of that in a minute. We're going to do hidden methods dot resize number of hidden neurons. Oh, I know why it's greater than 1 here. I know what I was thinking when I did that. We defaulted it out to sigmoid. No, that would not make sense for me. Nope, I don't know why I'm doing greater than 1. I'll work that out in a minute. And we're gonna loop through each of these. And as long as I is less than number of hidden neurons dot size, I plus, then we do hidden methods at that index is equal to whatever activation method we want. Because this is a debugging test, we're just going to use sigmoid, and we're going to pass this information out. Hidden layer. You know what? This is main. I'm gonna get rid of these damn STDs finally. That sounds so inappropriate. That should be a short. Getting rid of these damn STDs. Mm-hmm. If it build, I'm happy. Okay, build. Imagine how many of these, how much time I would have saved just by not having to type that so many times. I get it's 5 characters, but Jesus. Okay, let's just see if there's any other STD in here. Nope. Okay. Really feel like I'm gonna make a pea in a stick joke here. See, I rarely tab things over unless it's a header or unless I'm trying to format text so it's readable. But I rarely do that. I'm going to turn my camera off for a second. I'm still going to be here. But I need to partake upon something that I don't want to advertise to people in terms of visually advertise it. Everyone knows I smoke cigarettes. Like, there's one in my hand. There's the box. I'm going to open my window, though. And I'm going to kind of sit outside my window. My window is literally, like, I can move my keyboard and still type on the screen and stuff. But I am going to turn my camera off for that because it's a nasty habit. I'm trying to break it, but I suck at it. And you should not pick it up if you haven't started. Don't smoke. But yeah, I'm still here. I'm just going to be talking from the background instead. So yeah, it's one of those things in terms of the setup that okay. Sorry, I clearly forgot to delete that. What was I gonna say? It's one of the things that I normally don't use the using namespace thing, but given that this is not an actual tutorial, but a live stream of me coding, I figured, hey, what the hell, is using I think this should work. I'm gonna try though. Let's find out. No, I'd have to use a different approach. I'm just gonna cheat and type it in by hand. I know it's not. This is for debugging. So I'm looking at the camera like it's on still, and actually making like facial expressions. Oh yeah, I am using the missing that. Because technically it would be right after that I would have the update, but again, because this is debugging, I don't really care if it's wrong. Okay, so after that, what we're gonna do is we're gonna set output, and we're going to then do activation method, output method, activation method, and then it's linear. And I'm gonna cheat. And again, it's not gonna be correct because technically, you know. And then it's gonna be output layer is using linear. Okay, so I'm just gonna test the print again, because after this stage is when we actually get into the coding part of it, like where we take everything we've done previously and bring it back in. And if this part works and there's no bugs, then hey, we're gonna pause here and switch over to the game engine coding stuff. Otherwise, we'll be spending some time working out the bugs. I am betting there's gonna be at least 2 memory leaks. Okay, so then we are going to make network. Okay. So, I'm going to cheat and copy this line. Okay, I'm going to copy all three of these lines. And this one's going to say, creating neural network. So now we need, did I do the include where I did? Okay. We need to spawn in the neural network. So what we do is we have network, and this is going to be our neural network. And we're going to check, has this actually been built? Has it been spawned? And the simple way we're going to do that, well, there's two ways we can do that. We can just literally say it's been built, or we can do a check. Let me turn my camera back on. So what we're going to do is if neural network cout and neural network built. Is not equal to null. I guess that doesn't work. Okay, well, we won't do that check that way. We'll do it. We'll just have it say it's printed, because if it crashes out at that point, we'll know before we see the print line, I guess. So what we're going to do then is neural network dot init neural network, and we then need the number of inputs, number of outputs. Then we need the hidden number of hidden neurons. Then we need the hidden methods. Then we need the output method. Okay. We need a semicolon there. And then we're going to do another cout of neural network initiated. I thought my window was open. That dog was so loud. And then we are going to, actually I'm going to do this as a normal comment. Set the values for the network and return output. Okay. Well, actually we're not returning the output, we're get the output. We return the output, return the output. Okay. So what we're going to do here is we are going to set our inputs. So I'm just going to make that clear that it's the input values we're setting. So it's going to be std vector. It's going to be vector. So not used to using namespace. Wow. Double neural inputs. And we're going to start with these dummy values, because I know what I should get when I'm done based on these values. We are then going to create a vector called neural outputs. We will take neural outputs and we will resize it to number of outputs, which is 1 at this point for this test. Okay, and then we're going to do a cout, and we're feeding the values, and then we're going to do, actually, hang on, we're going to do a for size ti equals 0, I is less than number of inputs dot size. Oh wait, no, why am I, sorry, I was reading the neural inputs. Number of inputs, I++. Okay, so for this, what we're doing is we're feeding in the value. neural inputs at index I. To the neural network. Sorry, I hit Control A instead of Control S. All right. So then we do neural network, and this is where I actually feed it in. Set inputs, neural inputs, and then we're going to do neural network dot network calc, and then we've already resized our outputs, but what we're going to do is for, let's actually just break this up, for size t, I is 0, I is less than the neural, actually it should be number of outputs regardless, number of outputs. If we want to be safe, we should do the size, but we're not going to. And then we do if, and this is just so it can be formatted better. If we're at the first output, we're going to do cout. Actually, no, we're not. We're going to do this differently. What we're going to do is we're going to go above this by one line. We're going to do cout outputs generated. And then we'll do a for each loop. And this will be cout. And what we're going to see out is neural inputs at index I. And then we're just going to have a space afterwards. Okay. So let's do our first test. Let's build it really quickly. Hit play. Really quickly. Let's find the word feeding. Okay. So we didn't have a memory leak, but I don't think that number is right. Okay. So we're getting 1.5 back, and we put 1.5 in. We should be getting a generated output of 2.2503. So we know we're getting the wrong value. So we're going to put a breakpoint here on this network calc. We'll hit play. Okay, let's step into this. And we're looking for input values. So we have the correct values being passed in. Go into here. And we have correctly set them, 1.5 and 0.5. Looks like there might have gone through an extra time. Then we're going to calculate it. We have the correct number. We are then setting this to the neuron. Sorry, I was pausing because I was like, why do we have a set input here? And we're passing in the value of 0.5. and of 1.5 and 0.5. That's right. It's going through too many times though. We're then doing the outputs. Hey there, Mundo DOS Games. How you doing, man? Enjoy your food, Sam. All right, so we're at number of outputs. We should be greater than 0. We are. We should not have anything empty. We don't. Okay. So we're going to go through this a few times. So there is our activation changing to 1.0001249. And then our activation method should be, we're an input, so it should be linear. And then we return, should be 1 times that value. We then come out of here. We then return that value. And our outputs I. There we go. It looks like we have an extra one. And we do our input again. Okay. So we're still in the second input neuron. And X, yep, is the same value as before. It should be, we haven't randomized the neurons yet. Okay, that will take us to the break. That will bring us here. And then we have 2 outputs that we're returning. Ah, interesting. Okay. So really quickly, because I just saw what potential problem we have, I'm just going to put that there. What I'm going to do is go over to the main file, which should be over here. And in here, I'm just going to play really quickly. No hidden layers to construct. Okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out where all the things are. 'Cause I hate how this thing just randomly will move crap around on me. Okay. So, no layers to construct. That would be in our network. Oh, no, that was the right spot. Okay. So, no layers to construct. The to-do is not down here, by the way. No layers to construct. Number of hidden layers. Because we never actually set the number of hidden layers. And what we're going to do here is just do is equal to dot size and number of hidden. We're going to move that up here. Okay, now let's build. Let's test this. Uh-oh. There's that memory leak I said was going to come up. Okay. Yeah. Where though exactly? Ah, here. So on line 40. Just gonna put a breakpoint there for a second, and we will. Yeah, we're gonna be stuck there for a while. What I want is the console. So input layer constructed is the last thing we saw there. So literally we come in here, we run into the issue there. So, all right. So it doesn't like one of the parameters I passed. You know what I should have done when that happened? Okay, that's good. That's good. So what I'm thinking is the input layer, get number of neurons and layer is wrong. So, you know what? We know that number of inputs is gonna be the same here, because this is the first one. We're coming from the number of those inputs. Oh, okay. All right, what we're going to do instead is we are going to take this line. Actually, what we're going to do is first comment this line out instead. We are going to do a hidden layer. And we're going to do this as hidden layer local equal new hidden layer. Okay, we'll do it that way instead. Hidden layer local dot build layer, and we're going to pass this through instead. And then we'll comment these two lines out. And this will be hidden layer ref at index I is equal to new hidden layer local. Now, the thing with this is it's still gonna bug out on the next a couple of lines, but if I get past lines, if I get to line 46, I'm happy. Okay, try. Okay, so it is definitely not that. It's something with how I'm doing the construction of this thing. Cool. Right, so build layer. Am I just blind and not seeing the thing? Layer master. Oh, there it is. Okay, so build layer. Let's just take this for a second. And let's go back to our network class file here. Okay, So what we're doing is number of neurons in layer. You know what? I'm gonna do something really silly. I want to see something. I don't expect this to work, and if it does, I'm gonna be really confused. But we'll do uint32t inputs local equals number of inputs. Oh, that's what I meant to do. Equals number of hidden neurons at index I. Okay, let's just flop that one out. And then e activation method local will be equal to hidden methods at index I. Okay. And let's just do it this way. Okay. Number of hidden neurons. Yeah, okay. I see the issue. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. So, wow, I haven't said either method, and yet it didn't crash when... Okay, whatever. All right, welcome back, by the way. Okay, I'm just very, very confused. So, what we're going to do is hidden methods dot resize number You know what? We're gonna do this dirty. Hidden methods in dot size hidden methods equals hidden methods in. Okay, and we're gonna do the same and output method equal output method in. Okay. All right, now let's go back here. Let's just comment. Actually, no, I'm gonna leave this uncommented for now. That is a memory leak. There we go. Okay. So before we tackle that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just comment these lines out. And delete this bit. And then we're going to uncomment these two lines. And we're going to see if we crash on line 51 or 52. We do. Cool. So we have to use this more convoluted approach. Actually, hang on. I'm going to do this one more time. All right. That's right. That's right. That's right. Oh. Okay, never mind. I know why it's not working. That's what I get for commenting out too many lines. Okay. There we go. We can get rid of all this extra bit here. Sorry, I'm just making it so I can read out what's going on a bit easier. The numbers are still wrong, by the way. Just again, so it's a bit easier to read. All right, so we have 2, 1, 3, or 2, 3, 1, what we expect. 2, 2, 2, all sigmoid, linear. Well, we don't know if those are actually correct or not, but we checked that in debugging. We know they are. We created the neural network. All right. Input layer is constructed. Hidden layer 0, 1, 2 is built. Output layer. Okay, we're still coming up with the wrong value. So let's go back to our calc function inside of our network class file. And yeah, we'll start up here at line 91. Hit play, and let's walk through it again. Okay, so we should go through the input layer. Our values are, input values are correct. Okay, we then go to calc. We should have values in there. Good. Yep, we have 2 neurons for the input layer. And we have the correct values coming in. Okay, that's right so far. Oh shit, I meant to actually look at that more clear. I wanted to pause on that one. Neuron. We're in the input layer still. We are looking at neurons. And then we want, which one are we currently on? 1. And let's also open up 0. We want to see our output. There it is. Those should be the same because we're using a multiplier of 1. Okay. And And neurons, 0. Yep, that's good. And 1. That's also good. Okay. We now go down to our hidden neurons. Okay, inputs in. Those have the correct values. Why are you, what? Also, whoever did that, I'm so sorry. Why are we deleting our vectors? Like, why are we deleting the... What? Okay, I'll worry about that in a moment. All right, so inputs. Okay. No idea if those are right anymore or not. Cool. Love it. Outputs, let's look at element 0, 1.58. We should also get 1.58 again. Right. All right, so our inputs are correct. Our outputs are correct. So it was 1.5 something. Inputs in 1.58. We're good. inputs 1.58 is copied correctly. We're good. Oh, it's a pointer. That's why it's doing that. Duh. I forgot it was a pointer. Wow, it's embarrassing how long it took me to realize that was a pointer. That's why I was doing the weirdness. Okay. So our inputs. Yep. Correct. Okay, that's correct. Okay. I think I know what the issue is. Give me 1 second. I have a feeling I know what the issue is, but okay, hang on. I'm gonna continue through just so I can see what's going on. One of two errors. I am now certain of it. Okay, that's good. Yeah, okay. I am certain of the error now. So, for those of you who aren't able to see... Oh, shit. I didn't realize my head's actually covering that. Sorry. So, I've been scrolling through this area behind my head the entire time, looking at these values. Sorry, I just realized you can't see that. So, we going from the input to the first hidden layer, we convert our 1.5 and 0.5 to 1.000 and 1.000. We get an output of 1.58, 1.58, and then we go to the next neuron. Our endpoint is 1.58, 1.58, which is expected, but our output, the data hasn't been transformed. So we're getting weirdness there. So there are a couple of I'm going to turn my camera back on now. There are a couple of potential locations that could be occurring and or potential causes. One, our weights aren't correctly set. Two, our biases aren't correctly set. Technically they aren't. They're all defaulted to 1. So we know it's not bias. And 3, which is really 2 because we know it's not bias, is that the calculation for the activation before output isn't right. So what we need to do is first we can close out the layers outside of the layer master. We don't need the network settings. We will leave we don't need the debug. We will leave the math utils open actually. We don't need this goddamn vector thing open. We don't need the hidden layer stuff open. And we don't need that. Okay. Cool. Neuron Calc. Okay. So it is why. I already checked that, so we know that's good. Sorry, I'm just thinking about the math as I yawn at you. Sorry, I'm just Googling something on my math work here. I'm gonna try it that way instead real quick. So something wrong in the calculation. Right. Input values are good.
Weights are messed up. I just want to see what would happen if I kept doing that. I always like doing that randomly. Okay. So, you know, weights are a bit messed up. Let's figure out where we set our weights at. Oh. Okay. So, activation before output exists. Weights exist. Okay, so it goes through the first time. Actually, hang on, I clicked the wrong button. I want to do that again. So I was reading one of my notes on the activation function, and it was, yeah. So that should be 0. We step into it. Okay. So if we look at our weights, yep. We should be at index 2. Or 1, but 2, yeah. And so we take that value and that value. Don't, nope, stop. Son of a... Well, okay, here's the best part about that. I have no idea if it was working or not the entire time. I found an error. And yeah, I found an error because of a typo, completely unrelated. Useful. This should be neural outputs. Okay. At least we're consistently getting 0. Okay. So we're slightly further along than we were earlier. We found 2 mistakes. One was really simple. One was a little bit more complex. And what I'm going to do actually is I'm going to go back to my Neuron master. And I'm going to change it to what I had here previously, which I believe was I equal to number of inputs, question mark, bias, I believe that's what I had originally, but let me just double check before we say, hey, that is what you had. Thank God for GitHub. I is equal to the number of inputs, question mark, bias if true, if not, then these. Okay. Yeah. Okay, we're still getting 0, but at least we know, hey, we fixed a major issue. All right, so what we're gonna do for that is we're gonna go to the neural layer master. No, we're not. We're gonna go to the network. And first, we're just gonna start here. I'd rather work my way backwards this time around. I'm gonna step in. Okay. So, what are our inputs? Our inputs are... Holy crap. Those are really big numbers. Okay. I have questions. I'm assuming it's just junk in memory, actually, that I'm seeing. Oh, no, it is not junk in memory. Okay. Okay. Is my camera back on? Yeah, sorry, I'm looking... I'm gonna move my head over here for a minute. There you go. Sorry, I'm looking through these things. Like, look at that number. Look at that number. That is a massive number. I did not mean to click that. Frap. Okay, so we want neurons. We want... There's only one output. Should it be linear? Oh, okay. Color me confused, but how is 1 times 1 0? .005. Okay. Okay, so at least we know part of the issue. Something is happening between here and there where we're losing that information. So calc in output layer ref. So let's go to our layer master, calc. So this is calc. So line 109. Okay. Okay, those are still right. Okay. So it's right in the neural layer. So it's right here as well. So output values. Let's start at 0. It's now 1.00 whatever it is. God damn it. I completely skipped a step. That's why this is acting weird. I am an absolute idiot. Oh, okay. There we go. That's right. Now, that said, not 100% sure if the math is right, but hey, we have some test data. Let's actually just add some more test data in. And hopefully not make as silly of a mistake as I just made a few minutes ago. Okay, so what we're gonna do is this is you know what? Yeah, I'm too lazy to copy and paste my own thing from earlier. Okay, what we're gonna do for test 2 is just change some of the values around. So neural input 0, we set to 1.f. Neural inputs 1, we set to 2.1f. We don't need to resize again. What we do need to do, however, is all of this stuff again. So we can just copy all of this. Okay. Okay, there is something wrong with the network still, but hey, at least we're getting some calculation out of it. So, where do we set our weights? Neuron master, I think. Yep, set individual weight, init random weight. Yep. So I'm just use my notes on weights really quickly. No, I'm not using the interface to do that like I planned on, because meh. You know what we're gonna do? Is use the non-test code really quickly. Okay. Output for activation plus equal bias. Okay, let's see if this works now. Right, there is something definitely wrong in one of our calculations somewhere. All right. See, I'm looking at this and I'm legitimately not sure where the error is in the calculation. I'm glad we don't have a memory leak. I'm glad the code is running, but we definitely have a memory leak somewhere. Also, I just realized in the description that the link I was going to post for the guy's videos isn't there, so give me 1 second to hunt down his videos. Go to his playlist, copy the URL, go to the video, edit the description. Go ahead and save. Okay. There we go. Okay, so, I honestly don't know. What is going on? We're gonna do something actually. Print f, comma, weight d is f, comma, I, comma, weights I. Okay, probably be useful if I did new lines at the start and end of that if I'm going to try to parse this out. And while I'm doing that, let's get Excel open. Okay, so if we were to think about this, what we're doing is we have, I'm just gonna go here for a second. We have, how many inputs? 2? So this is our input. In here we have, it is a 2, yeah, it's 2. Imp 1. I think I've already worked out the issue, which was my facial expression was about a second ago. I don't know how to label this thing. I'm just trying to make it make sense to me. Okay, so first, really quickly. Give me 1 second. I'm going to cheat. I'm going to copy some code from one of my earlier projects. Actually, from this one that we looked at earlier. And all I'm going to do is include the utility math utils. Stop giving me the Windows setup. I want the Linux setup, yo. Just gonna copy this into here. And then let's call this up. Okay. So, super fast, default test 1. Need a notepad open. I mean, I already can see there's an issue, because half the tests already failed. I just want to see if the other half failed as well. So, I need that in notepad instead of in the console. While I'm doing that, though. So, default, yep. Seed 0, okay. There we go. Alright, let's run this one more time. And now, let's bring this over here. Bring this back up. Okay. At least I know where part of the problem is now. We're going back to our math utils. And in here, we need to work out what's going wrong. If is false, yeah, okay, that's right. So if use override is false, then we're going to get a random device, sort an RD local. We'll use what's his face twister with generator, which we're going to then pass into RD local. We then get a uniform scale of uint 32. Possible seed locations between 0 and 10,000. We then pass the value to seed, possible seeds local. We then return oh, sorry. We then return that. That's right. Go back here really quickly. Okay, yeah, no, that's wrong. That's definitely wrong in here. You know what? I am so glad I did that. We'll use T, like I originally had done. See if that is what's causing our issue or not. So, what we're going to do down here is we're going to get rid of this line. Replace it with T. Change this out to T. Let's build and test it. Okay, that is right. Why is the second one working correctly? Alright, so if the second one is working correctly, then it's not the seed generator. Cool. Okay, that's kind of funny that it, like, will highlight. You know what? I was right on the number last stream. So we're not using the override. Good. Sorry, I just saw the issue. That is correct. Okay. Okay, so it was the random number generator that was acting up. Holy living shit. That took, sorry for language. That took a bit. Yeah. Okay. We can get rid of the... Hang on. Let me clean this up. We'll leave that in there. We're going to get rid of this thing because I don't need it. Neuron master. And we can get rid of this. Actually, wait, hang on. One more time. Okay. So we need to fix up the weights a bit. But before we do that, I'm going to run one more test. By the way, if you didn't know why I ran that 3 times, I was looking to see if the weights were changing. Now they should always stay the same. What am I looking for? Test. Ah. Don't know where I called that up at. Okay, they stayed the same. That's good. Weights are really off though, so let's figure out what the hell is going on with the weights. And we're using in that, it's our UMath super fast. 0 true. So weights are stored as a double. Yep. So it's gonna pull from the double side of this thing. Okay. Zero, 0, 16, 0, 0, right 5, 0, 0, left 1. T is 0, 0 is 1, 1 is 2, 2 is T, 0, 1. Right, return, export shuffle, seed generator, seed, use override, multiplied by 1 divided by float times some massive number, or float, pi times some massive number. Back to the Neuron master for a second here. That's right. Yep, that's right. Yep. Okay. 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 Yep. Sorry, again, I realize I'm covering it. Let me just turn... Oh, I'm on the other side still. Okay. Right, so now we're on to... 0 is now going to become 1. Right? 2 will become that one. Okay. Where does 3 randomly get filled there? Oh, it's 2. Okay. That makes sense. Okay. So, just going to copy that value. And open a new notepad up to close my earlier copy with numbers in it. Where's my Excel? We're going to do really quickly. Take this, paste that in there. Grab this. Actually, what we're going to do is grab this bit. We're going to do 1 divided by, and then we're going to do times that might be the most convoluted way to do something I've done, actually, now that I'm thinking about this for, like, a second. Like... Okay. Well, either way, 0.000000007 is what I expect to see for the first one. Okay. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's rounding. Okay. Sorry, I'm just gonna get various versions of that I know that work up on my screen. This is just aggravating to me because I don't know which part I screwed up. In fact, actually, those comments to make sure that's actually still good. Okay. Before you return, we're gonna do fmod. Double test equals, and I'm just gonna delete this all in a minute, but I'm doing it this way so I can think about what I'm actually looking at and how I'm actually working on it. So double test, what we'll do is we're gonna do everything we did above. We'll do double XOR shuffle seed generator, and in there we pass in seed B use override. Okay. So we can take all of this, replace test with that. There we go. And then we're going to return on that. Okay, so I was gonna look for a bit of code in here that I can't remember what I was gonna look for now, though. I had done something else earlier. Okay. I don't remember what it was and where it was. It had to be one of the later probability ones. Random bool. Then going to take that and divide it by 1,000 as well. I hadn't done it the way I thought I did. I thought I used fmod. I want to see if I did it in the fmod or outside of it. Now we can replace this with max random. And now it becomes inclusive. Except for I think I might have set it to 0 in the... Nope, I didn't. Okay. There we go. Right. Oh, shit. You need that open still. Let's copy this. Go to Notepad. We're going to paste that in there. We're going to rerun it again. We're going to take all of this. We're going to go to a new Notepad. Paste that in there. Move this to the side. Bring this one back up and restart at the top. And we're going to work our way down both of these. Okay. So everything up until here should be the same. Okay. So we see we are getting... Oh. Okay, well, we're going to delete both of these because that's meaningless data for us right now. True. Okay, now we're going to run it. Now we're going to copy into one of the notepads. Then we're going to run it again and copy it into the other notepad. Okay. So everything should now actually be the same. Yep. 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 195. Okay. Wonderful. Now let's comment this line out. And now we're going to run it twice. And again, we're going to delete one of these. Paste it in. Run it again. Copy it. Paste it in. These ones should be different. Okay. Let's go down to creating a network. Our weights are fairly similar. So that's fine. They are different, but they are similar enough. Okay. Our base network is set up. This is the part where we pause on this one. We have a functional base network that we can expand from. We can make changes. Yes, there are things that can still be improved in this code. Oh dear God, don't get me wrong. This isn't finished code. This isn't finalized, but we still have gotten through what we wanted to get through. We have a functional network system that we can expand from. Okay, so what I'm going to do is just really quickly, I'm going to commit this. If it will let me. Save all. Get. Push. All right, and I'm gonna double check that. Okay, that's nerve-wracking. GitHub. I think it might be the fact that I added a thingamajigger. Thingamajigger, that's a descriptive term, I realize. I think it might be because I added a readme that I don't have. Yeah, literally, it's the readme. Okay. So we will pull, then push. Get the readme. So then push. Okay, it's pushing currently. While it does that, we're going to take a short break. And I'm going to have a cigarette. Right, I'm back. It hasn't committed. I'm a bit confused by that. Right. So I'm gonna cheat and use the desktop widget. So this is in my YT Live, YT project, and that. Okay. So here are all the commits, or here's what I'm trying to commit. Okay, let's just restart it. Oh, sorry. So the basic network is now working, and you now have access to it on GitHub. I'm now going to go over to GitHub and just double check that that's correct still. Yep, there we go. Okay. And there we go. For anyone who wants to see the commit directly, I am posting that in the chat. And then we'll be switching over to work on some other bits. So that's the current commit now in the chat. Now, for the rest of this, unfortunately, I have to turn the music off because otherwise you're going to hear the tutorial, and I don't have permission to share the tutorial from the original content that's there. The video we'll be doing, if you give me 1 second, I'll post. I already have the link to the playlist in the description, but I'm going to post a link to the actual video I'm doing with the timestamp that I'll be starting at. Now, give me 1 second to just get to the correct timestamp. Okay, I'm now going to share that in the chat as well. I mean, okay, so with the tutorials, what I mean by that is the code is publicly accessible. It's a public tutorial. I'm not going to... Ooh, I still have the BRB thing on my OBS. So I'm not entirely sure if it's... sorry, I'm not... Okay, so the code is public. It's accessible. Anyone can do it, but because the actual speaking, the content of the tutorial, all that fun stuff isn't my work, I don't feel comfortable sharing it without their permission. So I will be doing it without... I'll be just doing the tutorial, sharing the code, showing you as I work on it. I'm actually going to leave GitHub open, but I am going to open up another instance of Visual Studio. As you can see, I already have several open. And I'm just going to close that one out because we're done with it for today. Okay. I never did the math I was going to do to actually check if it was calculating correctly, but we can tackle that later on. And so we'll be going into what is called the primal engine, because that's what this person in the tutorial series named it, and I'm going to try to keep everything as they have done it. I'll be using this, of course, to build from it and learn my own sort of things that I need to know. So as a reminder, where we left off, if I hit play, is we get this little pop-up. It starts in the open project. We can switch to create project, but we can't do anything else yet. So let's go ahead and close that out. And if you want to see what it looks like, you know, we can go to, oh, that's the Udemy course I'm writing. Like, what the heck? Let's go here. Let's go to Game Engine Series Primal. And if we go into x64, into debug, we can open up the editor this way. And you can see only the exit button currently works. So if we select this exit button, go in here. Where did we actually set what the exit button does? Sorry, I'm just double checking something. Okay, so yeah, it is on that one too. Also, oh, it's a default thing. Never mind. Sorry, I'm just being special. Sleep well, man. And I know you're way ahead of me in time zone. All right, I started playing it. The thingamajigger. And now I have an ad. So I'm looking for engine. Okay. Right. Um, sorry, I've linked the wrong tutorial. That's the next one we're doing, I think. Yeah, that's the next one we're doing. Okay, give me a few minutes. Sorry. Yeah, that is the wrong tutorial. So give me a moment to find the correct one to send to you all, as I said. So if you can hear a bunch of random videos starting. Right, let me find the correct one. Get rid of windows I'm not using anymore. That is not one we'll be doing, because that's in Java. Right. Well, I seem to have lost the tab. So I'm going to cheat and go to my videos. Found it. Okay, so I'm going to just update the playlist in a half a second. Okay, so I have given the wrong URLs, as I said. those will be the ones for the next series or the next tutorial I'm doing. The link in the description is updated. And now I'm just going to find the correct video. Okay, so I found the right code. I'm now just getting to... Well, actually, we're going to just go from the very beginning, it looks like. Cool. So let me just share the correct one. So the tutorial you will be following is this one, not the link I posted earlier. Welcome in, Daniel. How are you doing, by the way? Okay. Let's see if I can pass their intro. So he's just summarizing what they did in the last one. So we're going to be able to create and open new projects by the end of today, allegedly. Okay, so he's just summarizing how this partial class is a partial class because it's partially implemented here and how it's partially implemented in here. So what he's done now is he's opened up user control. This is part of the discussion, I guess. So I'm just going to follow along with that. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. So he's speaking at the definition. So he doesn't want the UI display here. So he's going through over the definitions of things and inheritance. He's now talking about how none of this relates to making a game. I'm going to be skipping a bit in a moment to go to the next part of his tutorial. Because I already know the theory stuff. I don't need the theory myself. Okay. So I'm now jumped to 5:43 in the tutorial. I'm creating a new class. So I just want to see where he's creating it really quickly because I didn't see where he put it. I think it's in game project. Which apparently we're doing in C#. And he's named this new project. So we need to do I notify Okay. He's ended up with a different using than me somehow. So we're going to add in system collections dot specialized. Okay. And it's I notify collection changed. And we're going to then do public event notify collection changed event handler. And this will be called collection changed. Oh, he doesn't want to do it this way. Okay. So he's going to do instead base view model base. Okay, so we want to generate a class for that, and I'm going to get rid of that. So we're going to generate in a new file. Oh, okay, or in a different way than I did it. Question is, where did I accidentally put it? All right. Ah, there it is. I don't want that. That can go bye-bye. Okay, so what we're going to do instead is we're going to declare it inside of here. There we go. Oh, seriously? I should have kept listening. He's going to put his up for file in a minute. Okay, and this will do the I notify collection changed. Sorry, I just want to see if I can figure out how he's doing that so quickly. Implement interface. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So seriously, please explain what you're doing as you're doing it when you write a tutorial. So we're going to take all of this and put it in a separate file. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Okay. View model base. Okay, when you say make sure that something is included and there's 4 options for the same thing but they're slightly different, make sure you say which one. Make sure you show your mouse going over it. Component model. Please tell me that my tutorials are clearer than that. That is my one sort of question. Like, please tell me, please. Sam, what did you do essay? Because I completely missed that. Oh, okay. Let me take a quick look at Discord. Oh, useful to know. I didn't know about that feature. Thank you. Sam, I just noticed what your primary name is on Discord. I have to ask. The her is the person in the picture, right? And you are the husband? So I'm just carefully watching what these guys doing. Ah, okay. He's talking about includes. Got it. Except for it's not giving me the same options as it gave him, so I'm just going to type it in by hand. What the fudge? Fair enough. I just want to make sure that I wasn't getting people backwards or anything. Okay. I'm going to keep watching for a moment. No, it is not good. Okay. I have nothing else open related to that. I'm going to close Git just in case. Okay, there we go. Okay, so no one in the comments is having the same issues I'm having. So let's go line by line. System collection generic, system component model, system text, primal editor. That's how I'm going to click. Public class view model base. I notify property changed. Okay, so I missed something. I will do that in a minute. I just want to catch up to where he's at in his stuff. And then we have property changed event handler instead. And then this is still giving me an error. So public class view model base. I notify property changed. I'm just gonna do this again. I notify property changed. Public event. Oh, duh. I see the issue. I didn't even have to finish reading that out. I was gonna have to say there's a typo there. I forgot to actually add that in. Okay. There we go. I think this guy's eating while he's doing his tutorial. So we're going to create a property for the name of the project. I'm assuming none of you can actually hear the tutorial as I'm doing it. If you can, let me know, please. Private string. Okay, so apparently value is a keyword in C Sharp I forgot about. I forgot not to make it capital. This is a bound property. So when we go, say, to new project view, and then we go to name, and we have, let's just move this from there and go here, text, then we can do equal binding. Of course, it would be helpful if I didn't use the wrong bracket. Binding, and then name. Of course, we need to set the data context. And so what we're going to do is local, and it's called new project is what we created. So new project. Of course. There is no tutorial. Thank you. So he's debugging his stuff now. Okay, so now he's decided what we're going to do. We're going to go to new project. We're going to copy the public string bit. There we go. And we're going to do something different here. This is going to be path. This is going to be path instead. Now let's go back to the new project view. Okay. User control data context local new project. Okay, there we go. Okay, hang on. So we're going to delete that, change that over to 0, undo that. There we go. Okay, sorry. I'm now caught up to where he was at. If I want to bind my second text box, a text box which I have not created yet, and yet sorry about that. Why is my spacing off? Okay, there we go. Oh, excuse me. That's for auto completion. That's not how you do a comment in this. Okay. Well, I have not commented in XML before. Ah, old school comment. I miss, being able to do comments like this. Yes, I remember having to do comments like that previously. Okay. Wait, what? Okay. Fucking hell, seriously? Yeah, nope, okay. I hate XML. I deeply, deeply hate it, by the way. So So now we'll go to view prod. Oh, no, that didn't work. Oh. There we go. I'm not sure why I did OneDrive, but okay. Yeah, you missed the same thing I missed. Person running the tutorial, he forgot to change the path and name part. So he's dealing with the same stuff I'm dealing with, or was dealing with a second ago. Yes, you have.
Okay, so we're going to go back to new project view. Also, really quickly, I just want to see if I can do something here. I'm going to deviate a bit. Before I do that, I want to scroll up a bit and just... Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. Okay, sorry. I like it that way instead. That's what I did. I did the comment thing, and... Was I outside of it? Seriously? I thought I was inside of it. Give me a second. Let me try it again. Yeah, it's still giving me the... It's invalid. Am I definitely outside of it, though? Oh, try outside of it. I really fucking hate, pardon my language, hate, the XML editor. It drives me up the wall. Oh, I see what you're talking about. Okay, give me a second. I'm just gonna take the move to the fucking line I want you to move to. Thank you. Okay, there we go. I'm happy. Okay, so I need to open up the folder for this really quickly. Oh, we're gonna go to Google in a minute, folks. We're gonna have fun with that one. So let's go to game products really quickly. Or not game product, to product template. And so we're just creating the template folders. That's all. Which they've done off camera. I really feel like they were just looking at the Unreal settings when they did that. Though, to be fair, those are really kind of the base 3 templates for everything. Camera location, yo. Camera, camera, camera. Yeah, I can't really read this at this with this way it's spaced. I hate XML editors. The joys of dyslexia. This is just have to reread this like 20 times.
This, okay, there's not much there. That I can read. This is just a, yeah. What was I gonna do? Oh yeah, pictures. Let's go to Google. We're gonna go to Google together. Let's say about celebrating Route 66. Okay. I'm not sure that's a graph I want. I want a grid 3D. Kind of like this one, actually. So, yeah, we'll use that. I think. Would be useful if you said what the image sizes you're using are. Oh my god. Thanks for not saying that the information we probably need. Alright. You know what? I just am going to switch back to Creative Commons. Thanks. Unreal Engine. I'm trying to hear what's being said outside. I knew that I was going to get this stuff when I did this. You know, I'm just going to use that image because, yeah. Oh, wait, hang on. I prefer it to be 600 by 600, actually, at this point. You know, I am honestly tempted just to see if he's put his up there. This person has not. Oh, he's using the MIT license for this, so I have actually done what I need to for this. Give credit where credit's due. Sorry, it was in one of the comments, actually. I was scrolling through to see if he had posted anything. You know, what I might do instead. We're going to be really cheap and lazy about this right now. So,
want to resize this by pixels to 258, 256. Okay. So this is in others, game engine primal, primal editor, project template. What was his format? PNGs, okay. Yes, I am literally just creating these empty ass things. Huh, somehow my icons are half the size of his. Cool. This deeply hurts my soul, by the way. This is don't ask, okay? Just don't ask. It's gonna be easier that way. I should not be laughing at this, but I'm going to. Yep, I'm drawing what you think I'm drawing, and as poorly as I would... Actually, this is probably better than I would do on hand. Oh, God. Okay. Should not laugh at this, but I'm going to. Sorry, I want to fix that typo. It's been bugging me for a while. All right. Really should not be laughing, but I'm going to keep laughing at this shit. All right. And then let's undo all of that. Let's put another circle in here. Okay. My representations are to die for, aren't they? Oh, God. I shouldn't laugh so much, but...
Yo, I don't care if they're perfect or not, dude. Like, honestly, like, I thank you for the advice on that one. And I do generally like advice, but when it comes to art, unless I'm asking for it directly, or unless I'm truly, truly struggling, if I'm like doing something like that and I'm giggling my ass off like a crazy man, it's because I just don't give a crap. I'm not sure if you've been on the server long enough to have heard my rants about art. Art is voodoo magic to me. I don't understand art. I know if things are pretty or not, but I can't tell you why. And I mean art, not like people when I talk about pretty or not. Like I understand what I'm attracted to and what I'm not attracted to. But when it comes to art, I can't tell you why I like something or not, or what makes something good. I can tell you why I like it. That's why I'm laughing, because me doing art is really sad. If you ask me to procedurally program node-based art, fair. I can do that. I have an entire section of a tutorial series on that topic. And the entire island that texture gets applied to or material gets applied to is node-based art as well. But everything else, oh my god. Screw art. I'm bad at it. I really am bad at it. Like, truly bad. I need to take another break. I'm gonna be here. I'm just gonna have another cigarette. I'm turning off the camera. Oh my god. But no, seriously, in general, thank you for the advice. It's just that particular topic I don't care about, so I'm giggling at the amount of work. And yes, I know I put in like no work, but I'm giggling at quote unquote the amount of work I put into that. Oh my god. I don't know why that's so funny to me, but it is. It just is. Oh. I don't know why I'm still laughing about it. It isn't all that funny. It wasn't funny at all to begin with. I think I just have issues. Sorry, I'm also reading through the Discord. Oh, by the way, I need to find when that next thing comes up so I know when to post to do that thingamajigger. The advice you sent earlier. That is. I need to find next time when that comes up to click the button. If I forget, yell at me. Oh, yeah, so what's he doing next? Template XML. Can I, like, have my taskbar back, please? Thank you. I hovered over it. Mm-hmm. Actually... Oh, wait, I can't do that right now. Okay. I don't have enough free hands. This one wasn't a surprise. I kind of hinted at it yesterday, Chica. We did get through the neural network code. The link is in the description for the GitHub for it. And now we're on to working on the game engine we're making. Yes, I am a sick, sick individual. Probably should have stopped the stream and started it again, so when I switch topics. But yeah, if I'm going to be doing other people's tutorials, I'll do my own stuff as well, like the neural net stuff. Oh, I have no idea what I'm going to do next with that thing. Probably going to create a few different commands for different calculations for input. So I have it so bias is added to the cumulative sum, and have it added to the individual sums as well. Or the option 2. So option 1, which we currently have, is cumulative plus bias, and then I'm going to do individual plus bias, then cumulative without plus bias. But at some point I'll have to also program the back propagation in, all the learning algorithms. But hey, our base network is now working. I might work on that one off stream, to be fair. Also, I just want to see if my logo showed up over my picture. It did. I just rearranged my OBS slightly. Sorry, I've not eaten today. And I'm feeling it. If that makes sense. Okay. Let's resume. Oh, let me put the camera back on. There we go. Besides being hungry, I'm laughing at my own my screenshots. I think my screenshots are brilliant. I like how it's not like centered. Oh, I should not be laughing at that. Okay. So he is in new project now. He's at the top of it, and he's going to create a public class there. So public class. Project template. So we're going to create a property called type. Oh, I don't know what I type in property. Public is what I meant. Okay. I'm not... What the... Do you actually need... Oh, it's not a line. Oh, fucking hell. Okay. Also, for top of it, I added the Terminator in there. I really don't like that. I really, really don't like that. Okay, so we're going to go back to the editor, it seems. Transparent, buddy. Not darker. Transparent. Oh my god. Please edit your videos. Oh, he didn't create the folder. He just... Okay. Oh, there's that button. Okay. Okay, so we're doing public new project as a constructor. Okay, so yeah, I just want to see where it was. It was in the correct area. Okay, so we need to add a private read-only string above this one. So private read-only string called template path, which will be equal to give me 1 second. I just want to make sure the folder is in the right spot. So primal editor, project temp. Okay, that's right now. So we're just getting the templates. Options. Excuse me. Okay, so... Oh, not dictionary. Okay. How am I getting errors that he isn't having? None of this is working, and... What? A prototype instead of project type. Okay. And it's folders. Okay. I'm just rewinding a bit to see if I missed something obvious as to why this project thing isn't working, or this directory and debug thing and search option. Okay, I don't know. So I've rewound to the part where he's creating the template XML file for the empty project. So public class, project template. So we have project type, project file. So he's creating the list of the folders. Okay. I know I'm being silent while I'm waiting for this guy to get through his rambling. Okay. We're not listening to the ramble about hidden folders again, because that was not useful for anybody. Okay. Read the chat. Which, I mean, hey, have you said something? Because Sam, I responded to the thing you said earlier about the art stuff. I responded to Chica about how I'm doing. Have I missed something? What did I miss? Do you mean Discord or do you mean... Yeah, there is no message starting with "you need." So I think the message might not have come through on my end. Oh, YouTube. So yeah, I have your stuff on the art, which I responded to. I have another surprise stream. How's everyone today? My response to him, which was verbal. You responding to him, all good, and then you saying read the chat. So I'm wondering if there's a message that just didn't come through or something. Okay. Add using system IO. Okay. See, the thing is, like, my includes are already different than his, and he doesn't have that one either, but I'll try that. Using system.io. Well, it resolved the search option thing and the directory thing. So, debug C#. And according to this, debug is used with system. System diagnostics. Thank you. I just found that literally right, like the second after you posted that, I found it right there. Again, I'm very confused as to why he doesn't have to have these headers, but I do. Check Discord again? Okay. Huh. So yeah, give me 1 second. I'm gonna just pause the tutorial really quickly. And I'm gonna just open up what you sent me. So this is what you're seeing, right? So on my side, I have a very different chat. So I might be missing messages, it seems. So, oh, I don't even have the tag that to me. I have read the chat is there. And then the rest of it is missing. I did the thing you said about the green thing. So yeah, sorry about that. I didn't realize I was missing messages. So yeah, with this, I already had done that. I'm going to just do any. See, I already have that clicked down there. However, okay. And now it's working. I had to do it a second time. Not sure why I had to do it twice, but I thought I clicked it on after you had pointed it out to me, which is why I was confused. Also, why is Discord messing with thingamajigger? Okay, we're caught up to where he was at earlier. So now his things have them added in. He has system, generic. He doesn't have specialized like I do. IO, link, text, and he doesn't have and he has diagnostics as well. Okay. So he wants to create a data contract up here. So data contract. There we go. The weird ass spacing on C#, dude. Am I blind? Where is new? Why can't I see it? Or add. That's why. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. Yes. Add class. And it's called serializer. Public static. Oh, okay. Oh no, I had it right. Sorry, I had paused because he had put the static on the other side. I'm like, it's public static type. And so we're going to create a function that writes to a file now. So it's called void to file. Type T. And T will be then converted to instance. Dyslexic, not dialectic. Sorry, correcting the guy who's streaming. Stream, or the content creator. hard def. By the way, if anyone's typing in chat, not responding, it's because I'm missing it. So we'll pass in path and file mode create. Okay. I'm going to have a serializer. Okay, thank you. So data contract serializer. Type of key. And then we're going to use serializer dot write object file stream instance. Okay. So back to new project. Okay. System, generic, he doesn't have that one. IO, link, runtime serialization, text. Data contract, project template, data member, data member, data member. Oh. There we go. Okay. IO exception cannot locate. I would like to know what's actually triggering that. So, var template files equals directory dot get files template path. Then we declare template path that way. Yes, we do. Okay, so template path. What we're doing, search options. Okay. And yes, I was just scrolling at the screen. Okay. All right. Ba, ba, ba. There's that one. There's that one. There's that one. Swear there's a fourth one. Yeah, I feel like there's a file missing. What the shit? I am pretty damn sure there's another file and it's missing. Okay, there's the app. Yeah, main window is missing. When did I delete main window? Alright, well. Well, good thing I have this. I used to know how to get individual files from here easily. Now I'm just blanking on how to do it. So instead of that, we'll download to zip. Cool. Sorry, I really am pissed off at Trend. Alright, so let me get the folder for this back open. So we have our git ignore, our git, and our primal. Right. Let's go into primal editor. You have game project, app XML, assembly info. Yeah, main window is gone. There we go. Okay. Somehow I deleted a thing that I don't remember deleting. Right. So step forward past the debug. And then, yep. Okay. Now we're caught up to where this dude is at. Okay. Like how he says okay at the same time I did. Okay. Go here. Go to our project templates. Which for some reason hasn't shown up in his folder like it did for me. I'm not going to save this. I'm just going to make it so I can read this easier. Okay. So, project template, folders, let me just indent that one more time. So we have primal, we have content, we have game code, and that should be it. All right, everything's there. Wow, I did not realize that tab was that far off from actually being correct in this thing. This is a point where I should just hit Notepad++, or don't save. Do it here. Okay. Okay, now that we've done that, we can delete apparently all of this stuff. Well, that was interesting. create a new thing. And this here is called from file. You know, I was trying to do this fast way, but nope. We'll do this this way. So this is internal static void with object path. Internal has a lowercase I. There we go. So we're going to just reverse what we're doing here. We're reading it in, and now, or sorry, we're reading it in. Or sorry, writing it in. We want to read it in. Okay. Oh. So he's just describing what saving is in general. Okay, so what he's doing now, he's going to use his saving system to create a template. I really don't like C#. Just gonna lay that out there.
Okay. Observable. Private. Observable collection. And then we're going to pass in project template. Project templates equals new observable collection. Okay. Oh, excuse me. Okay. He is not explaining this rule. Oh my god. Okay. It's working, but he's not explaining it, and I'm struggling to work out what he's intending to do, why he's doing it. Okay. Ho 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 ho. Okay, let's test it, see it works. Or not. Let's open the other window. Nothing. Of course, he realized that before he hit play, or before he got to that stage. So we're adding the file here, which we forgot. There we go. Also, while I'm thinking about it, because it's just driving me up the wall if I don't do this now, I'm deviating again from what he's doing. I want this. And also going to do background white.
I'm gonna go with white smoke for both, actually. There we go. Okay. Cool. Interesting. That actually should be the reverse. Oh, okay, I see what's happening. Just gonna do it one more time now that I saw what I was looking for. Okay, yeah, cool. All right, so now we're gonna actually make it so the icons show up correctly. So we're gonna go back to the list box and tell it how to display all the various bits of information. Okay. Okay, and screenshot and project file path. Okay, so we're gonna read this in, and we're gonna display this information in a more meaningful way than just a line of text. So system.io. Okay, so C# and XML were completely different than C++ for the IDE editing thing. Just make sure that didn't break anything now that we renamed stuff. Good, it did not break stuff. Yes, it did. Yeah. It didn't rename it across all. I really do not like XML or C# at all. Okay, let's test that again. Okay, there we go. Oh, wait, no, that's not right. So he's going to do path dot combine path dot get directory name file icon png. Hey, he's getting an error that I'm not getting. That makes me giggle. I don't know why that made me giggle. Of course, it's done nothing. I haven't told it to do anything, but I just want to make sure it still ran. So then we're going to read this in. And he just realized he didn't rename the things. You still haven't renamed your other ones, guy. You have 2 icon file paths. I do like the fact that you don't always have to use the close bracket thingy. They can just use the stroke inside the initial. But, meh. Let's test that, see if it works, hopefully. There we go. Look how horrible those images are. They're brilliant. I love them. Okay, so image source equals bind icon margin is 0. I mean, I spend most of my day coding, so to me, this is fairly normal. The only difference is I can't smoke as regularly as I normally do, and I can't get up and walk around like I normally do. I have to actually sit here. That's the stressful part about this. Speaking of which, it is getting dark out, so I'm just going to very quickly turn the lights on in here. Okay. I like the fact the icon kind of covers up the logo perfectly as I stand. Okay. And we're going to do text block. Text is equal to
It's a focus trick. Which part? Binding project type. The windows are not resizable currently. So if we sorry, this is showing up in a different window. It's showing up inside of this one. So we have these two buttons, and it switches between the two windows, the one you just saw me editing, and the one on screen now. And we have no resize mode available. I don't do much in XML, so I'm going to have to look into what you're talking about to understand how to do that. I just really want to get this part done with because I don't like the visual side of this stuff. However, while I'm doing this, I'm going to test this again. It is, to be fair. Holy crap. Okay, so perhaps my icons are a bit too big. Okay. Give me 1 second. Left side of my screen, I see toolbox, yep. Oh, okay. Hey, that's actually kind of nice. But I'm just going to resize the icons. We're going to go by 24 by 24. Okay, maybe a bit bigger. Actually, wait. We'll continue with what he's doing. See if he changes anything around. I'll have to make a note. Oh, shit. I did not mean to close. I meant to repin it. Okay, now I wish I hadn't done that. First off, these things all go bye-bye now. Second off. I hate you so much. Thank you. That's what I wanted. I went to close it like that, and I hit the wrong thing. Also, it wasn't anchored correctly. It was actually floating off. That's why I thought, oh, I can just hit X, and it'll close back to that thing. His isn't working. Okay. So the funny part is, okay, I have to ask people who do my tutorials here. Have I ever had a bug that you have not had, and the code has done what it should do after I have resolved the bug? Prior to me resolving the bug, your code did what my code did after I resolved the bug. Because if so, I now know how you feel. I don't know what he did wrong, but his code isn't working and mine is. All right. Oh, I know what he did wrong. I know exactly what he did wrong. I called him out on it earlier. He didn't rename the variable types. So if we go to, what was it, new project? Here, I am betting dollars to donuts. It's still icon file path.
Yep, it is. I'm right. I called it. Sorry, he is now trying to debug it. He's 3 lines away. 2 lines away. 1 line away. He's on it. He missed it. I make these mistakes all the time, so I'm so excited to see someone else make this mistake. It makes me so happy that I am not the only one who does tutorials who does it. I mean, I comment on them when I sometimes can. Sometimes I intentionally put obvious mistakes in. Yep, he just caught it. Oh my god, I had a time to rant about this. Whoa. Okay. I might either have a bug or my icons are just too big. Oh no, my icons are just too big. I don't have a bug. Okay. So let's fix the icon thing. I don't know why that's making me laugh. I am slap happy. All right, resize. Let's go to 50% of what we're currently at. Oh, I thought it would tell me what that was in pixels. Okay. Save. Cool. Save. Cool. I skipped one, I realized. That was because I misclicked. And by the time I, you know. Oh, no. There we go. Wow, that one actually seems kind of centered compared to the other 2. Other 3 now. And I have Photoshop, by the way. I do the thumbnails for the tutorial series in Photoshop. And here I am using Paint. Then again, to be fair. Okay. Well, let's reduce them by 50% again. Actually, I'm only going to reduce one by 50% just to see how it looks. Yeah, that's about where I want it, actually. There we go. And there we go for that one as well. Let's hit play. My icons are actually the same size as his now. And I can tell this because just the way things line up. No, mine are a bit bigger. Actually, just a tiny bit bigger. Well, I was right about being around 24 pixels. Or off about being 24. I can do basic math. Me do math wells. Yes, very wells. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so it's whatever that 30 was using. $32 by 32. 50 by 50. Yes, I'm randomly switching between doing it in pixels and doing it in the percentage thing. Okay, there we go. We don't really need to read the text. We just need to know what the icon size is to figure out how to frame the things we might do down the road with it. Cool. By the way, that takes us through his video. His stuff on pictures were actually pretty nice, to be fair. Like, let me just bring over what his are. Yeah, his are pretty nice. I like his. I'll be fair. I do like his. Anyway, great. Enjoy. I'm off chasing deterministic lockstep. Have fun with that. You wait. Tom, are you still here? Because I've been talking about this with people a lot because I do the RTS series, as you know. If you're still here, Tom, just really quickly, why are you doing lockstep? And if your answer is just RTS, grab me at a different time and we should talk. Because a lot of the lockstep stuff that we used to do for RTSs, like Command and Conquer back in the day, or StarCraft is what I'm thinking of, because they had to write their own lockstep system. A lot of that has been... we have new methods of doing the same approach without using lockstep, but it depends on what you're trying to do, because there's some other options you have that are even gentler than that, like predictive options, so that you can handle lag if somebody lags, but have it actually replicate the motion in a way that makes sense and would match what the person's doing. There are other predictive algorithms that you can use and other ways to fill in that you don't actually need to do lockstep anymore. If you're trying to do lockstep in UE4, I will tell you right here and now, Tom, that it will not work in UE4. It is not designed to handle lockstep. You'd have to recode the entire network module. No, I don't know about Unity, and I don't know about UE5. I haven't looked at anything outside of listen servers in UE5 and very basic style listen servers at that. It might be different in UE5, though. But there's a few articles that were published in the last couple of years of people making RTSs in Unreal 4 using ways around the lockstep issue. Oh, okay, fair enough. Like, if you're just doing it for understanding, that's fine. By the way, I have 2 copies of the chat open because of the issue from earlier. I have the actual YouTube one open, and I have the streaming one open, which pulls from YouTube. By the way, both of them didn't have the thing that was missing earlier. The one on YouTube is actually faster than my personal one from OBS. Yeah, I get doing things just to understand. I mean, that's why I'm doing a game engine. I want to know more about renderers, and I want to learn a little bit more about, doing what we're currently doing. So I'm trying to get this screen like you can see what I'm looking at. I know you can actually see it, but my finger doesn't line up to what's on the screen. To do GUI layouts. So I do get that. I do understand where you're coming from with that. So I will say we have probably finished out what I had planned to finish today, by the way. So I'm going to spend a few more minutes here just hanging out, answering any questions people have. Oh, actually, hang on. Wait, what I'm going to do, by the way, while I'm listening to the end of this guy's video, is I will actually put it on screen so you can see his, again, I really like his pictures. I like that setup. Oh, he's doing more crap. Okay, give me a second. Let me just move that back there. I was completely wrong. Also, while I'm thinking about it, I have 3 copies of the TAD open, apparently. All 3, by the way, Sam, are missing that line from the screenshots. I don't know why that happened. Right. I just want to go back into, before he does what he's doing, I want to go back in here for a second. There is something about his that I don't get that I want. And I just want to see if it exists. Okay. Where have I done this gray thing at? Here. We're going to change gray back to white, just where it matches better. Smoke white was what I thought it was. Cool. I saw one of the 2 chats on my screen update. I'm waiting for the one I can actually read to update. Yeah, these things happen. It's the joys of technology. Okay, so how did he do that? He has something I don't have in his thing. So, oh, thank God it's open. I'm looking for the word name. That's the buttons at the bottom of the screen. Bind icon, background white. Okay, hang on. Let me get to the top of this. Background white, horizontal center. Yep, that's the same. List box item template. That's the same. So it's going to be right above the buttons. So there is button 1, 2. Look for the word background. So, I don't think this is going to get me what I want at all. Nope. That's actually worse. Cool. Okay, so we have name. Horizontal. So on his little boxes at the bottom, new project, the path, have all these nice little outlines around them that I can't get on mine. American spelling, yo. It's not a huge deal, but it just was kind of irksome to me. Okay. So we're saying a default selection now, by the way. So we're going to add the selected up here. Oh, I guess I'm going to go back a line to do it. use selected index. Okay, now we're done with this part. All right, that takes us through his second video. In the next live stream we do, which will not be tomorrow. I need time, like, away from the computer. Wow. People would pay thousands to hear that I say that. Probably millions even. We will resume this probably during the week, and we will continue to build our game engine and neural network up. Now, I'm not going to just randomly and abruptly end, but what I am going to do is, if you can hear what I'm playing with, is I'm going to mute the camera. You can tell I'm slap happy tired when I'm making mistakes like that. I'm going to camera off, but stay here for a bit, and I'm going to just answer any questions folks might have. While I am talking with you, I am going to commit this to the GitHub. The GitHub. I'm going to commit this to the repository is what I meant to say. There's a few Gits in there I actually don't have copies of anymore. What are you talking about? Like, that is... okay. So I'm just also going to check the actual repo for this really quickly. Oh, hey, that was the right one. You know what? I'm not sure why that's not working from there. I'm going to cheat and just use... So it doesn't give me the commit option box thing you normally get. Unless I'm just blind and missing it today. Which, you know, is actually, potentially, entirely possible. Okay. Okay, it is now available on the hub of Gitness. And if we go to that last commit, I will post the link for it into the thing that does the stuff sometimes that you can read sometimes. Maybe. Not all the time. There you go. And included the images. I forgot to add those to the get ignored, so I included the images. So we're just gonna sit here staring and I mean, my personal favorite is the wonky stick figure and the guy looking at from very top as a stick figure. Stick figures are horrifying when you really think about them for a good second or two, to be fair. Oh. Huh, there was a point I had 0 viewers. want to check something. I wonder. So, Sam, I know why your message didn't show up. At least on my side. According to the analytics, you weren't here when I was doing that. No one was here. So that must mean, let me just check my stream health for that exact time as well. I had a warning that my stream was having issues at that time too. So it's likely you sent it. Well, I know you sent it. You sent me the screenshots. What I mean is you sent it, but it didn't come through on my end due to what was going on with YouTube at the time. By the way, since another viewer just came in, just so you're aware, we're wrapping up. I finished. Everything for today has been committed. I'm just hanging out for a little bit to chat with anybody who has any questions before I finish up for the day. Oh, Sam, I know you were here the whole time. What I'm saying is, according to YouTube, no one was here because I was having a tech issue that I was unaware of because I didn't check the analytics. I don't check the analytics during it. And it was saying that, yeah, exactly. Sorry, you got it. I'm not going to re-explain it if you got it. No point to. But that would explain why those messages weren't showing up. Unless there's some random filter, but I should be able to see those sort of things, I thought. Okay, so, yeah, these are my horrible images. And the code changes for today. You all do have access to these, by the way. If you haven't looked at the description, there are links in the description. You might need to refresh just in case. Oh, sorry, you need to refresh if you want the correct tutorial I was following for that bit. For my code for the neural net, you don't need to do anything. So, Sam, do you want the short answer, the long answer, or the answer that is either long? Sorry, yeah, it's either semi-long, or costly. Because there are 4 answers to that question. And I'm not joking. There are legitimately 4 answers I can think off the top of my head to that question. Albeit options 3 and 4 are the same, but just slight variations of each other. And on top of that, option 2 is the I hate myself option, by the way. And I'll be speaking about UE4 when I answer, not UE5. I'm still looking into how UE5 will handle that sort of stuff. So the short answer to how you can start is you can't. In Unreal, out of the box, there is no way to do... wait, sorry. I take that back. When you say procedural terrain generation, or procedural terrain, do you mean at runtime or in the editor? Because, sorry, I assumed you meant at runtime, which has 4 answers. If you mean in the editor, then there is a multitude of answers. And if you're working in Unreal 5, it's actually much easier than in Unreal 4. And just in case you do mean in the editor and not at runtime, I'm going to get something up on screen while I'm waiting for the chat to refresh the answer. And let me just pop it open. Sorry, I'm waiting for it to load. I like how it's closed the launcher, but the product actually hasn't opened yet. That is so useful. Yeah, it's automatically adding. I have to click it each time, by the way. Sorry, I just read your Discord message. Okay, so if you mean in the editor, all of this terrain that you're seeing right now in the editor is generated as a procedural generation. None of this was done by hand. So if you're talking in the editor, it's fairly simple. So in the editor, sorry, it's still compiling shaders down there. In the editor, the way you do that is if you go to landscape and then go to manage, paint. If you go to, I lied. If you go to your landscape, make sure when you've made it that it's editable. So like when you go to new, edit layer kind of thing. You can also set it in the world settings too. Go to blueprint. You select your blueprint brush, which will be, sorry, is this the one I've edited or the original one? That's not helpful. That is not the original. Oh, I've added. Fuck. Okay. Wonderful. Custom material only. So you want custom material only. You click that, then you click here, and you will get different materials. You'll get a different layout. So you can then go into whatever the brush material is, and I just duplicated it so I can add in this bit here. It will then generate terrain based on whatever noise parameter you're using. So let me just find where my noise is. It's not that bit. I'm looking for the actual... Oh, no, sorry, it is that bit. So what you do is here, this variable, if I change this to 3, for example, and hit apply, there is no height map. What you're seeing for the height thing is it's looking at the other terrains and combining the heights, that's all. Because I'm using the brush multiple times and I want them to be smoothly combined. So if we go back here now and let it finish compiling. Really? You're not gonna want to, huh? WTF, yo. Let me just set this back to 5. Make sure I didn't break anything. Okay, so this is definitely 5. Let's go back to 3. It's not giving me the right thing still. But there's blueprint brushes you can use inside of here. Just go to blueprint. You select the brush you want to use. You apply it, and it will allow you to change it. So you have landmass 1 and custom material 1. And here's the landmass 1, by the way. So if I were to hide this for a second, that is what the base material looks like. If I hide this, that is actually what the terrain initially looks like. It is literally just a flat piece of terrain where I've added in these dunes. So this is the smaller dunes that are meant to help merge the large dunes in together. So if we go back to the large dune setup, there we go. Let's just take a look right here. And then we do this. You can see that we're getting within it those changes. You can see that we have the brushes as well. And we can change it to affect height and weight map. So if we do that, it causes issues, so we're not going to do that. It depends. For 3D games, I would recommend Unreal. For 2D games for this, Unity. If you're thinking about it at runtime, the voxel plugin, which is either a paid for or free plugin if you're good with C++. The C++ one's free. The one that has the blueprint add-ins for it is, which you can make yourself if you, again, know C++, is not free. That allows you to do things at runtime. It's called voxel. Let me just bring that up really quickly. Voxel. I know you can see me typing it in UE4. You can see I've also searched for it recently. So, I'm just double checking something really quickly. One of these is the actual one of them is not. I think this is the actual one. I think. Nope, this is not the original one. This is the scam one. I'm pretty sure now. Thanks, Trend. So this is the actual one. This is the actual company's website. Somebody has stolen their image and is using it. I can never tell which one's which. But, yeah. So if you want to make your own plugin, if you go to Edit, Plugins, okay, is it different in Unreal 5? Hit Add. It's at the top corner there, and you can select a new plugin type. You set where it's destined, where it's at. You set all the information here, and you can go in and change it. Basically, it's going to be it creates it for you that way. You can also, there is a way to do it in Blueprint. Editor Actor Utility, I think is what it is. I'm just going to do a quick test here. I actually am not 100% sure how to do it from the Blueprint side. On the Discord server, the person you want to speak to is Chica. Chica has written several plugins himself already. But the way I've been doing it is I always do add, and then I define the things up here, and I get to working on it that way. So I'm now just looking at what actually plugins exist now. Hey, Apex. I am not having a fun time with the meta sound. Chaos. I'm actually surprised it still has Apex in here. Code light. Test. Okay, I'm not sure what that one is. But yeah, if you there's not many tutorials on it. I've looked for a few. Well, I know somebody who's writing a plugin to replace this one. Oh, hey, they renamed this one. But yeah, that's the easiest way to do it. Ooh, that actually would be useful for data table work. Also would be useful. Sorry, excuse me. Huh. I'm gonna have to look into these. I mean, I already planned to, but I didn't realize they had plugin components to them as well. I've been reading around them. That is already activated. Sorry, I am just randomly looking at plugins now. Let me close this out. No, don't save anything. Don't save. But yeah, no, that's a fairly simple setup to get that running and working. Just gonna start closing things out, and we're past the 7-hour mark, so I am gonna call it here. I definitely need something to eat. It is, almost 9 o'clock here, and I've not had anything to eat. So I am gonna leave you all with all the things we've just done. And I will see you on the server. I will see you on the next tutorial, which goes out on Monday. And I will see you in the next live stream. Thank you for being here. Thank you for spending time. Thank you for listening to me groan, moan, complain, and offer advice when I've asked for it. In addition, I look forward to seeing you in whatever next video I see you in. And I hope that you have a wonderful day.